Okay.
Just need one second. Okay. Let's go on the record then, 22-5165-FH. Just as folks are getting settled, a couple of things to go over on the record. I did have a chance to meet with the attorneys in chambers this morning. Appreciate everyone coming early for that. The Attorney General's office had mentioned that there may be some additional exhibits that they may seek to introduce for basically impeachment purposes, given the direct testimony of Mr. Molitor, at least the way that it's progressed so far. And so they did provide copies of that to the attorneys last night, which they did have a chance to review. Mr. Barnett's going to take some time at lunch to determine if there are additional clips that he may seek, basically before and after the timestamp. So we'll do that at lunch, and then we'll make any determinations it needs to at that point. I think that's a pretty fair characterization. And there were some proposed exhibits that Mr. Barnett talked to the parties about. This would be IT, KT, and LT. These would be the transcripts to the three exhibits presented by defendant Molitor, India, Kilo, and Lima. It's my understanding that the Attorney General's office was provided those documents, was able to review them against the audio, and will not object to their admission. Is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
All correct, Judge.
Mr. Nunzio and Mr. Seibert, I don't think I asked you when we were in chambers any issue for the two of you relative to these three coming in.
No comment on that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Same thing, Judge.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, there's a portion of the text that is not bolded, and then there's a portion that is bolded. My understanding, Mr. Barnett, is the unbolded portion is the original audio from the People's Exhibit. The bolded audio is the additional from your audio exhibits. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And obviously you can see with those however you wish today. I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record. Anything else for anybody that we go around? Mr. Ralston?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzio?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Seibert?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I have given them in hard copies exhibits N through U. And the one or so of the exhibits are available on the, I'll call it projector today. And I would wonder if we could have the jurors bring out with them the N through U exhibits to look at least one picture on it. It's not going to be able to be put out there. It would be looking at to just pictures of his things that were taken from his home, retrieved from his home, the weapons and so forth. He'd like to go through those and explain what those things are.
Great.
My P, for example, at least, or didn't get admitted, they don't have it on their side. They don't have a picture of that still, the only one.
Okay. So I was trying to, just thinking for a minute, whether I can direct someone to do that. I think that, let's do this. So Mr. Ryder, when you have them come in, if you could let them know that some of the paper exhibits that they have been given may be referred to, and if they so choose to bring them with them, they can do that. We just wanted to let them know that they're obviously not required to do that in any case. Anybody have any objections?
No, we concur with the court's instructions.
Okay, Mr. Seibert?
Thank you.
Mr. Ralston?
No, no objection.
So Mr. Barnett, that doesn't exactly get, but I don't know, well, quite honestly, I'll just say it, quite honestly, I don't feel comfortable telling a trier of fact that they can and cannot bring these to the courtroom. That was my hesitancy and what I was thinking about. I certainly understand a party line to reference it, but quite frankly, I just don't feel comfortable telling them that they can and cannot bring it to the court. So that's my compromise solution. If there's any objection, you want to place on the record, so it's there.
It's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Warden, clear on the language.
One more thing.
Oh, sorry.
Agent Impel has been very helpful with the timestamps and the numbers. I wonder if you could make the short list before lunch so it can directly.
No, we're not the secretary of this department.
Well, Mr. Seibert, I think.
They're right on they're right in the title.
I know the timestamps, at least the exhibit numbers.
Just the only two I don't have are 270 and 271.
Like
270 started at 50 minutes.
Yes, sir.
271 started at 53 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
If If I could just have the,
I'll do it first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Anything else, Mr. Warner?
no, thank you very much.
All rise for the jury.
Sorry.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Monday, I did want to talk about it. I didn't ignore the note we got last night. When I asked the chance that the trial ends Friday, the jury start deliberating. And I hate to go back to the, well, I guess the lawyer answer that I always refer to as defense. That's what I always tell people when they ask me a question. But it does, I don't know the answer to that question. Where we are currently is Mr. Barnett is presenting evidence. That will be the testimony from Mr. Molitor that we're in the direct portion of. As you've seen with other witnesses, the next step would be the cross-examination if there is any. And then you've seen after that, right, it goes back and forth each side, redirect, recross, those types of things, because everybody is then given a chance, right, based on the other questioning. Then whether or not there are any questions from you all, and then, as you've seen, then the parties have another chance to go around if they so choose. Any additional witnesses, if there are any, will be heard. And then we would move to Mr. William and Null's case, if there is one. Again, and I don't say that implying that there is one or should be one. If you recall my statements, and I'll probably remind you at each point, the defendants don't have to present everything, right? The burden of proof is with the people, not with them. The commentary I think that we always make, whether it's in opening or closing from attorneys, is that they can just sit over there and literally do nothing the whole trial. They don't even have to look at you or stand up. And that is their choice. So that isn't known yet, right, for the other folks. And then the difficulty becomes of depending on when we stop. Obviously, closing arguments and the final set of jury instructions are the final things that occur before we get to the unfortunate part of having to excuse a number of you to get down to the jury of 12. Then those individuals would be the ones that deliberate to decide the case. As part of that, the closing arguments can't be prepared until we're all done, so that the attorneys know what to talk about, because that's what it is. It's a closing argument on the case. And for the jury instructions, you may say, you know, well, there are breaks that you guys take, so why can't you talk about that stuff ahead of time? And the answer for the final jury instructions is the same as for the closing arguments, is because until everything is in, the final jury instructions cannot be obviously complete. And you know, there are discussions between the parties whether or not it's a 10-minute shoplifting case or a very complex case, right? There are determinations that the parties have to make in terms of which instructions they request, what the court's going to do on those. There may be legal research that's tied to it. So that's the long way of saying I don't know. But if you had to make me pick a word, I would say unlikely. And I don't mean that when I make comments or talk about time, again, it's nothing against any of the parties, right? It's just the process is not, and I think I even made a joke during jury selection, it's not as fast as it happens on TV. It's a slow process, it's a deliberate process, and that's for a reason, to make sure that the rules are followed, that everything is gone through thoroughly and those kinds of things. It's not an inconvenience. I'm sure if I asked everybody in the room if they would prefer to be done today, Friday, or have to come back on Monday, everyone's answer would have been last Friday, right? It's one of those things that the process is what it is. It's that way for a very good reason. It protects everyone sitting in this room, to include you, and all of us. So that's where it is. So that's my long answer to say unlikely, but I don't know. And as I indicated, if you recall, we're in Mr. Barnett on behalf of Mr. Molitor's case, and Mr. Molitor was testifying. Mr. Molitor, you will return to the witness stand. And ladies and gentlemen, you see me re-swear folks on a daily basis. I'll do that with Mr. Molitor. I didn't do that with at least one of the other witnesses in one that is when the witness is sworn in, they are obviously under the oath of the truth, and that lasts the entire duration of their testimony. I don't want to say it's simply ceremonial to swear someone in, I don't want to minimize the effect of it, but when somebody takes the oath at the beginning, that's for the duration of their testimony. Okay, but for the purposes of today, Mr. Molitor, if you would please raise your hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat for me. Mr. Barnett, I think we're going to do this, and I'll go back to you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defendant Molitor would move at this time for three physical paper exhibits. They're proposed defendant's exhibit, Molitor exhibit IT, KT, and LT.
Okay. Mr. Ralston, any objection to the people?
I'm sorry, Judge, I wasn't listening.
No, so he was moving for the admission of the three transcripts.
Oh, not all, no.
Mr. Mizio? Mr. Seibert? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware, we had some discussion about these proposed exhibits. If you'll recall, there were some audio clips that were admitted for defendant Molitor. They were the ones that expanded the time frame around some of the exhibits for the people. And as you've seen with the people exhibits, I'm just going to pick a number, let's say 100. I don't remember if this was an audio or video, but there was 100 T. So because the clips were admitted as defendant's exhibit I, defendant's exhibit K, and defendant's exhibit L, these will be admitted as defendant's exhibit IT, LT, and KT following that similar fashion. So based on that, defendant Molitor's exhibit India T, or India Tango, and Lima Tango will all three be.
Your Honor, could I further explain this to the jury relative to video that was given? And these were the audio tapes that could expand the video clips that were shown to the court and the jury. And also the fact that there's regular print for what was shown in the prosecutor's video clips, and the expanded version had bold at the bottom to indicate what my exhibit was in response.
Sure, I can do that for you.
Thank you.
So you heard me say it was audio clips that defendant Molitor admitted. You'll see that there is regular print and bold print. The regular print or unbolded is the original audio with that tied to the video admitted by the people. The bolded print is from the audio that was admitted from defendant Molitor's systems. Okay, so that's the instructions. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. Those will be.
May I publish those to the jury?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Barton, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Actually, hang on. I'm going to jump out of order with some exhibits, if I may. The one I don't have.
I don't know if I get that.
Okay, motion.
That's fine.
So, Mr. Barnett, it's my understanding we're going to be looking at defendant Molitor's exhibit P as a pop-up.
Yes, Your Honor. I would request P be put up there, defendant's exhibit P. And if there is the pointer still available, thank you, Philip. Thank you. Okay, you know how to use that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Molitor,
Yes,
do you see that picture?
I do.
Describe what's in that picture. What are those items?
So this is a lot of my gear that I had.
Can you describe what's in there, why you have that in your home, whether it's legal or not?
Yep, so down here we have armorer's wrench. This is for an AR-15. That is part of a holster system. So I go to something like that. That's a magazine holster. That is a baton, shackles, IFAC, medical kit, defensive book. Let's see what else is up there. That is my gear belt right there. And it looks like knee pads and elbow pads would all, yep, okay, they're there as well. And those are flex cuffs right there.
Okay. Anything else you see in there you want to describe for the jury?
As that looks like a bipod, another holster, and it looks like a 4-inch shotgun.
What is the purpose in general for those items?
So I had this stuff for militia reasons, for private security reasons, and for self-defense reasons. Competition. That's why I would have this stuff.
How about the wrist items there, the white stuff on the bottom? Can you point to that? What's that
Yeah.
for?
So the flex cuffs,
Yeah.
they're restraints. So just like the shackles would be restraints, they're to restrain people, to hold them back so you don't actually have to physically hold them.
And what do you use those for? What do you have those for?
Oh, that is for, I guess, bad actors would be a good way to put it. So anybody that needs to be restrained until the police can get to them, that's what would be used.
Are any of these items in this picture illegal,
None of
as far
that
as you
stuff
know?
is illegal. No, none of it is illegal.
That's
No.
not true. Mr. Barnett, let me go back to you.
Thank you. Looking at that picture, Eric, is there anything inappropriate in there that you're not supposed to have?
No, there is not.
All right. Would next refer to Defendant Molitor's admitted exhibit Q. Okay. Same questions. First of all, is there anything inappropriate that you're not supposed to have in that picture?
Nope, all of that is legal.
And these items that we've been looking at were all in your home on October 7th,
Yes, sir.
and they were pursuant to a search warrant and or your consent taken out of your home. We'll go with the search warrant, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you use the pointer and run through what's here, what their use is?
I'm not quite sure what that is, but that looks like knee pads and elbow pads. We got gloves right there, fingerless gloves, a stock. Not quite sure what that is. I do not know what that is. The radio, if I can remember to say that, earpiece, and that is close combat and hand-to-hand fighting manual. All this stuff right here, minus that book, is actually my buddy Ethan's. He just had it at my place when he came. So.
Okay, who's Ethan?
Ethan's my friend.
What's his last name?
Ethan Grosser.
Okay. And where does he live?
He lives in Cadillac as well.
And that was taken along with your other items that we're going to see here in pictures?
Yes, it was. Yep.
Ask the Agent Harris to help us with Defendant's Exhibit R that's been admitted on behalf of Defendant Molitor. Okay, are these items from your home as well?
Yes, they are.
Are these items yours?
Yes, they are.
Can you describe with the laser pointer and go around the picture as to what they are? And first of all, is anything in there inappropriate or that you're not supposed to have?
No. No, it's all legal. So, can I go through now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So it looks like a lot of bits and pieces of weapons. A lot of my weapons were modular, which means you can trade pieces in and out, kind of spice them up, spice them down. So that's what a lot of these pieces are. This is a stock and grip for a shotgun. It's a folding stock. It's a grip for an AR. It's a grip for my revolver. It's a stock for an AR-15. This is a buffer tube and spring for that. All this stuff right here, like I said, just odds and ends that go to the guns. I believe that's a 9mm barrel for my pistol. These are they're recoil reduction pads for shotguns. Grip enhancer for a pistol. That looks like a forefront for an AR-15. These are sights that you can see in low visibility. These just cover rails, so they're smoother instead of kind of spiky sometimes. And that looks like the trigger that was taken out of my pistol, which was replaced with what came in the bag originally.
Okay. Drawing your attention, hopefully, to Defendant's Exhibit S, as in Sally, Molitor's exhibit. And what do you see in there? First of all, anything inappropriate or anything you're not supposed to have in that picture?
No, sir.
This is from your house as well.
It is.
Can you tell us what's in that picture, describe them and give a little background context.
Yes, so these are back straps for a Glock pistol, I believe Gen 4. So you can add it to fit your hand size, take it away if you have small hands. This is a speed reloader for a pistol magazine. These are patches from the Michigan Civil Defense Force. That was Ken's group. This is an AR-15 magazine.
Okay, those were taken on the 7th and are retrieved by the police.
Yes, sir.
Any of these items, are any of these items being possessed for you for attack purposes, illicit, anything nefarious?
No, I had no offensive purposes for my gear.
And all of these items are for what?
So for the militias, for the competitions, for self-defense purposes, for the job.
Okay. So we've got a couple more. One more. This is exhibit U. Skipping T, and I'll come back to that.
I don't think I have this one.
Okay. This is going to be in the jurors' pack. I wonder if I could show Mr. Molitor and have him describe what these are. This has the blue background. Looks to me like the semi-automatic rifle, but I'm
Thank you.
not a gun guy. What do you see there, Eric?
So this is actually a bolt action instead of a semi-automatic. It's a Ruger precision rifle, chambered in .22 caliber, so it's a very small rifling round. I originally purchased this because I want to get my children into firearms as well. 22 is very easy to handle, and it's very cheap if I just feel like going out and playing as well instead of wasting a lot of money.
Is that inappropriate to have in your possession?
No. No, it does have a threaded barrel, so it has the knurl on it, but that also is legal.
Is that something you shouldn't have?
No, it is not.
Okay.
It is perfectly legal to have.
And it has, what's this couple things up there? Is that the case?
Yeah, so up there are some rifle cases. They're soft bags. And then it's also sitting on Ruger soft bags, like a, I think they call it sock.
And that was the exhibit U. This would be defendant's exhibit T. Can you tell me what that is, Eric?
So that's the box for the RF device, the radio frequency device.
And you still have that box?
I do. Yes, it's actually in my backpack over there.
You have it with you today?
Yes, sir.
And is that inappropriate or something you shouldn't have?
No, it's not. It's not inappropriate.
You said you had a manual as well?
Yes, I did find the manual for it as well. And it doesn't do IR. I know it was said that it does infrared, something or other it doesn't.
Okay. Thank you, Agent. We have N, and this is in the juror's packet. And I'm going to ask you to, looks like, I'll let you describe what that is if you don't mind.
All right. So this looks like text activity between myself and Adam Fox. Timestamp is 8/28 of 2020. From Adam Fox. It says, "You able to go tomorrow?" To which I state also on 8/28, I'm in. You said there were going to be you and some other dudes all in the same vehicle. To which on 8/28 Adam replied, "Yeah, so we're going to start in Lansing and go to TC area." Then also on 8/28, Adam says, if you want to go to Lansing, you can meet me here in my back store at 08:45 tomorrow. To which I responded also on 8/28, starting in Lansing, what is the plan? I already do area sweeps at certain locations as well as local group who patrols. If there's something specific you're looking for, let me know and I can have my eyes scanning. To which Adam states also on the 28th, we doing recon for possible future activity. Okay. Then Adam also says on 8/28, hit wire.
What's hit wire mean?
Wire, the chat.
So what's going on and how would you describe this discussion?
Well, that's us talking about the ride. Well, I guess not even the ride. I don't even know really what's going on. I'm asking what are we looking out for so I can have my Cadillac people having eyes out as well. Because again, during that time, I'm trying to coordinate, are you seeing stuff? Am I seeing stuff? So we're talking.
Okay. You had our other exhibit is O. I want to run through this carefully and with detail. And
If I'm reading too much,
it's up to you. Good. I don't know. I might have to use this as a hard copy. I think I'll pass on this one at this time, Your Honor. Okay. We could take a look at 22T. I'm fine to pass on that. 22T. Plaintiff's Exhibit 22T. Do you have a book?
She's not admitted.
Okay. I have it as admitted. Okay. I would move for the admission of 22T, which is a one paragraph sentence, almost a sentence, two sentences or so, three, by stipulation of the parties.
Okay, well, the Attorney General's office didn't see it to admit it. So let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our short break. All rise for the break.
Are you okay?
Thanks.
Mr. Knox, I'm sorry, staff is here. Would you just close that door? Okay. Sorry. So the record can reflect the out of the courtroom. We've been sitting for a couple of days. Everyone else is free to sit down. It's just they're standing because at times it's a nice alternative to sitting. Let's do this. Mr. Barnett, do you have a list of the proposed members that you intend to go on?
I do. I see the 22's been entered, but not 22T.
22 more 22T word.
All right, I have that on day two as admitted.
And which other number? numbers, or do you plan to approve?
Okay, 22 and/or 22T, 23, 23T.
Well, and again, so I this the last time, there is no such thing as 22 and 22T. Those don't exist because they are not an exhibit that was admitted.
Okay,
If you are seeking to admit something, your next letter would be W as in whiskey. So if there is a proposed defendant Molitor's exhibit W and WT perhaps, that I will leave to your discretion. But let's go through the rest of the numbers to make sure that they've been.
23.
Yep.
23T.
Yep.
24.
Yep.
25.
Yep.
25T.
Yep.
26.
Okay.
26T. 27. 27T. 28. 28T. 29. 29T. 30. 30T. 32. 36. 71. 73. 78, 78T had not been admitted.
78T.
Okay, they were admitted
They
later.
were admitted.
Thank you. 80, 80T, 81, 84,
There is no 84.
80,
I show 84 being admitted.
Oh, was 84 admitted after, not out of?
It was on the 31st.
Yep, that's correct. 84 and 84T were admitted. My apologies.
85, 85T,
Probably around the same time. 85 and 85T I have being admitted. That's correct.
86, 86T, 87, 87T, 88, 88T, 89, 89T, 90, 95, 97, 97T. This may have not have been admitted, 98.
It was admitted.
I don't have 98 on that day. Let me check.
Can we hold for just 1 second so I can catch up here? Adam, you show 93 through 95 being admitted. Yes, okay, thank you. I'm ready.
And 98 I show as being admitted, I think, on the 31st.
Yes, sir.
99, 99T,
Yep.
105,
Yep, keep on, sir.
107, 108, 109, 111, 111T, 113 was entered. It also, I have my own exhibit on that, which I believe to be G. So I'll refer to that as G at that time.
Dan, you got to talk to me about that.
114,
114 was noted.
pass on that. 115, 115T, 116, 116T, 126, 127, 128,
Hang on one second. I don't have 127.
130 through 134.
132. I don't have a 132.
Thank you. 136, basically through 142. Some of those have Ts.
Okay, hang on. I have 136 and 136T. I have 137 and 137T. I have 138. I don't have 149. And then I have 140, 140T. That's right. Where were you planning? What number through Mr. Burnett? Sorry.
142T.
152T.
142, actually.
I don't have, no, 141 was later, right?
128, sir.
There it is. Okay, so 141, 142, and 142T. So 139 is the only one out of that number string that I did not.
That would be up through 160, Your Honor. Two of them have Ts, 151 and 152.
So 143 through 150,
160.
160.
There's three Ts on there. 51.
Okay.
We're skipping 161. Okay, 162 through 175.
172, 173, and 174 were not.
Okay,
Let's add 170. I don't show 171 being there.
On the 31st.
31st. Oh, yeah, there it is. 170.
we would agree 72, 73, 74 are not going to come in.
Okay.
170.
172, 173, 174. Any more in that chain?
175.
$175 wasn't it? Okay.
177.
Wasn't 170, was 177 and 178 the two still photos that were not in it?
Correct.
Okay.
183, 183T, almost done here.
Okay.
183, 183T.
No, I have all those.
Okay. 202, 202T.
Okay. 202, 202T. Okay.
231, 231T,
Not embedded.
then 232.
Not embedded.
Okay, we'll pass on those for now. That would be what we propose.
Okay. So, I'm clear on what things have been admitted and have not.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone wants to talk about given the jury's out of court?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Just as to 22T was admitted and 22 wasn't, is that,
Neither were.
okay, thank you. We're ready, Your Honor.
All rise on the jury.
You have legs in the G.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Thank you, sir. Starting in mind, the last two, I think we're going to display some things while we're there. Mr. Barnett, I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. 23T, please. Eric, can you read the date on that?
6/4/2020.
And is that a transcript of some sort of message, or actually it was a recording of
Yes,
Mr. Fox?
That's Adam.
What's going on here?
He's telling me about the Second Continental Army. I think that's the militia at this point.
Just tell me what context this comes in on with your relationship with Mr. Fox and your entry onto the Facebook page, I assume.
I'm having a hard time hearing Mr. Barnett, I'm sorry.
Tell me, if you would, what context this is in relative to your relationship with Mr. Fox and your entry onto the Facebook page, which looks to be 6/4.
All right, so Adam and I obviously have very limited interaction at this point, but we both ran with militia groups. At this point, he was telling me he was trying to get his own militia group together. And I mean, that's the context of it right there.
Okay. We'll move on. 24T, please. And that last one was an audio, but it was typed out, right?
Correct. Yes, that's transcript. Yes,
And did you respond to him?
I did. This is on 6/4/2020.
Okay.
Everything he was saying was everything that I agree with. People need to be active instead of just sitting there complaining. It doesn't get anything done. So when he said that, I agree with that. People gotta actually, boots on the ground, sort of thing. So,
What do you mean boots on the ground?
again, just actually getting up, like getting your feet on the ground, getting out and being active, being an active participant in the system. I was very excited to do something like that. Here, I said 110%, so I gave it an extra 10.
And is that for good purposes?
Oh, good guy stuff, yeah.
Like
Militia.
What? Like what? Good guy militia stuff?
So protecting communities, again, getting involved in your system so you can actually be a part of. If you don't like the laws that are being proposed, you can actually get out there and get your voice heard, rally other people to the cause. Actually being active, I guess that's being active.
And so you had some back and forth on Facebook, verbal communications.
Yes, sir.
You're able to do that, not writing, but just talking to the phone and then send it.
Yeah, I was driving around a lot, so we would just use the voice thing.
Okay. Next up would be 25T. And who's this from?
That's Adam Fox. This is on 6/4/2020. Do you want me to read it in, or it's already read in?
Okay. You have, it looks like he has real effing cowboy shit here in the near future. What's that? What are you taking that as, or what is he?
I'm just taking that as bloviating. You hear people talk big all the time. That's not a common thing to hear people just talking big.
He says, consider yourself a part of it now.
Yep.
What's that mean?
I mean, what it says, consider yourself part of it now. So part of the movement, I would imagine.
What is the movement?
Just getting active again, being a part of the system.
Okay. 26. T. Sorry. I'll just be putting up the text to keep it moving. See that?
I do. This is also on 6/4/2020. He's telling me, this is from Adam to me. He's telling me that this is the Second Continental. And then telling me why it's called that.
Did you ever go to training for the Second Continental?
No.
Any formality to that group other than the Facebook?
Other than the Facebook page, there was nothing else. It didn't come to fruition.
It didn't come to fruition, is that what you said?
Correct.
All righty. 27. That's on the same day it was, 2017. Thank you.
Yep, and this is the same day as well, it looks like 6/4/2020. Now this is me talking to him about Sam.
Say that again.
This is me talking to Adam about Sam, our boss at the time.
And what was your message here, if you were to?
I was just asking him, I don't know what all you know about Sam, but I was really impressed with this guy. First of all, he proved to me he was U.S. Marshal, then he showed me pictures of people that he's done security for. A lot of big names. It was really impressive.
You said he's a legit badass.
Yeah, that guy is, I would say the guy is very, very tough, yes.
There's your language. Is that how you talk on a regular basis?
That's how I would talk going around the militia guys, yeah.
2017.
That is 2017.
Sorry?
That is 2017.
Sorry, 2018. I lined up. Not in the right place there.
And that's Adam on the same day responding, saying, he doesn't know much about Sam. And then making a joke about let's get Sam on board with unintelligible.
Okay, what was the deal with Sam? Did he ever join any of these groups or Facebook pages?
Oh, no, you would not approach somebody like that about this, but that's an obvious joke.
Okay. 29. T.
619 from Fox to me. He's saying he's not working with the Wolverine Watchman right now. Trying to get us another agent for a Wyoming detail. So Wyoming, they're in Grand Rapids here in Michigan.
What's a detail, Wyoming detail?
So detail, we're doing Menards there.
Okay.
Trying to get more people to work.
Who needed workers?
Yes, yeah, we needed workers. So Sam was a contractor. He would take contracts and then he would need to fill a contract with bodies, and he didn't always have the bodies to fill it. And so he would request from us to, do you know anybody? So I was letting you know he's still trying to get people.
30T, please.
This is from Adam to me on 6/19/2020, asking me to download the Wire app.
Okay, tell me about the Wire app.
It's a chat app. I don't really know how else to describe it.
Okay. There's the word encrypted floating around. What's encrypted mean?
Yeah, I don't really know the technicalities of encrypted, but apparently it makes it harder for people to read it from an outside source. So you'd actually have to be part of the conversation to be able to see what was going on.
If you know, what is he saying? We can talk a little more freely on there. What's the topic that?
Yeah, that's again stuff that you hear very commonly in the militias. We can talk freely here, or let's meet in person. We can talk freely. There's a lot of paranoia, unfounded paranoia or founded paranoia in militias, and this is again very common to hear.
That's at 619.
Yes.
32, please. 32. This is David Hawk. Yep, it is a video. It's MP3.
I think it's sad that everybody sits on Facebook and bitches about this, but we have the numbers, we have the arms, we have the ammunition, we have all the fucking tools and strategy that we need to just go take our country back from 435 members of fucking Congress that don't give a fuck about us.
Okay. There's a slew of videos like this that were a slideshow of Adam Fox that were presented.
And I'm sure that's a portion of what he's put out, yeah.
And have you seen this video?
I couldn't tell you if I saw that one specifically. It doesn't come to mind. It doesn't stand out.
Did any of, I'm throwing this one out, you don't remember this one?
No, sir.
Do you remember any of his videos?
Not in particular, no.
Do you know where these were posted?
I heard on his Facebook page. Is it time, no?
Well, his personal Facebook page or the Second Continental Facebook page.
I do not know.
There was a bunch of videos. You don't recall seeing them?
No.
Do you know what he's talking about here?
Well, yeah, based on what he said.
Yeah, which is what?
Well, it sounds like he's talking about Boogaloo stuff.
Okay, and you were or were not aware of that on that date?
6/19, no.
Okay. 36.
People need to stop with the misplaced anger and place the anger where it should go. And that's against our tyrannical fucking government who militarized all these police and put this in a fucking place. Like, let's just go to the fucking top and then start at the fucking top and then we'll lead our way down. How about that?
All right. What's that? You seen that before?
That's another Adam Fox video. That does not stand out. That seems like it would have stood out.
Okay. Do these things get sent to you privately or they just show up on a page?
Nothing's been sent to me privately like that.
All right, I'm going to jump over several of those and go to number 50, please. Thank you, Agent Harris. This is, hold on, let's make sure this is in. Okay. Good. It's okay. Thank you. What are we seeing up here? Where? What's going on?
So this is the Rosewood Park Circle in Grand Rapids. This was 5/18 of 2020. This was the first time I actually saw Adam Fox in person. This was one of the rallies that I interjected myself into a security position. So that's me actually standing up in the line. It's big enough. I'll use the pointer. Null brothers were there helping protect people as well.
Okay. Where did you see the Null brothers that day as far as location?
They were up on the stage with Darleaf.
Who's Darleaf?
Darleaf was the sheriff, I believe, of Genesee County.
Was it Adam Fox with anybody?
I have no idea if he was with anybody or not. That was the first time that I had seen him. So he was with Amanda Keller. She was with him.
Okay. Can you describe what's going on in your picture equipment-wise?
Equipment-wise, that is a Shemag, which has multiple uses. That is the plate carrier. That's the quick disconnect for my holster, which is on my hip right now. So you can take it out and put it in there. Those are my patches, and that's my AR-15.
Okay. And where were you standing if that picture would have shown more?
If you're looking out from the stage, I was on the left-hand side. A couple people out from the stage, so more to the side.
You're up by the stage?
I was. So if this is the stage, right, then I was over here, right? So up in front, looking over the crowd, but off to the side.
Okay, what was the purpose of your presence there?
My presence, well, I wanted to go to the rally anyways. Then I figured while I was there, might as well stand up and just do a watch over, make sure everything stays okay.
Anything bad happen at that rally?
No, not that I can recall. I think that one was actually really nice. That one ended up being pretty good.
71, please. Hey, another video, sorry.
And I'm not playing, Joe. At this point, I feel like some of y'all are just cosplay, man. Some boy going all this gear, investing all this money in this shit, you ain't never gonna go fucking use it. We have a tyrannical governor who for months has fucking violated our constitutional rights and basically tyrannical ruled our state.
Did you ever see that video?
I did not. I'm confused what these have to do with me. I don't even know how to respond to these.
Okay. How about the videos of Barry Croft that were shown?
Again, those have nothing to do with me. I'm not in control of what the other people say or do. So without context why this is being presented against me, I have no idea how to respond to it.
Okay. Hopefully that's our last Adam Fox video, I go to 78. Let's try 78T. Where's this from?
They have not changed over yet, sir. There we go.
Hold on, that's the top part, I think. Thank you. Good job.
So 6/20 of 2020, this looks like a transcript between Dan, Adam, and Ballard.
Okay. You,
Judge, Mr. Barnett, maybe direct the jury's attention to what this is in terms of the context and where the meeting's happening, and sure give them, direction on that.
yes,
That would be appropriate.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alston. This is on 6/20. That was the vet shack meeting in the basement of Adams Employment / Residence, part-time residence.
Okay.
Does that put context in it for you?
Yeah,
And you were not present for that, I take it?
I was not present for that.
Did you know the meeting was going on?
I didn't.
Okay, and you see your name mentioned in the second set of sentences under Fox. For us, question mark, a lot. I know Eric Molitor is good to go.
Okay, I see my name there, yes.
Now, what do you know what's being referred to here?
I have no idea.
Mikey's, you know Mikey?
I have no idea who Mikey is.
And Danny and all his guys.
I don't know Danny.
Would that be CHS Dan and the Wolverine Watchman possibly?
I can't speak to what he's talking about. Dan's with him, so I don't know why. I never heard Dan referred to as Danny. So I would assume that Danny's somebody else.
All right. So are you good? What do you mean? Are you good to go on June 20th for any purpose?
I am not good to go. I have no idea what they're talking about here.
Has Mr. Fox ever asked you if you're good to go for anything other than on the ride?
No, he has not.
And again, when you were on the ride and he asked if you were in or not on the way back,
I was very non-committal when he asked me.
okay. Number 80, which is here. And actually, thank you for that. 80T,
Yep, 6/21 of 2020.
what's this about?
It looks like Adam's talking to somebody.
Are you involved in that at all?
No,
Who's Steve?
without more name, I have no idea.
Do you lack context to be able to?
Yeah, again, I think it might be beneficial if we can tell the jury, from what this is. In terms of, this Fox to Croft message on this.
Thank you.
tape.
Feel free to break in anytime.
The Attorney General's office is not responsible for the presentation of any evidence. So, we're actually going through these issues for the client, and that is perfectly appropriate.
Okay.
The discussion that we had yesterday about how that will be done is if there is commentary as to the last one, such as your name is mentioned by Ed Fox, do you know why that would be? You're referring them to that and orienting them to that purpose.
Okay.
If we could continue that on the other ones, that is how we'll proceed. It's not Mr. Walston's job, or Mr. Munger or Mr. Cybers to chip in at any time. This is the presentation of the purpose.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you recall that this was Fox to Croft bringing WW and MLM to Cambria?
I have no recollection of it. I can only tell you what I've seen.
You don't know what that's, you're not, are you involved in that at all?
No. So this says 623.
Go ahead. 623, 220. Looks like a Facebook post by you. Yes, please. Yep, feel free to the Molitor comment. So, yes, sir, let's roll, my brother. What's the context of this?
This is me getting on the page. It appears, and I say guns up, and I'm proud to be a part of this.
Okay, so what do you mean you're getting on a page?
Yes.
Tell me what it means to get on a page.
It doesn't mean anything to get on a page. I mean, you can pretty much get on any pages on Facebook, from my recollection. But yeah, this was when he was first telling me about the Second Continental Army militia, and I was very excited about that.
Who you are actually both Adam and you are responding to Steve Roby.
No, I'm actually calling Adam out specifically, so I'm not responding to Steve.
Well, that's is it under the Adam post that's responding to Roby or?
I'm not responding to him.
Okay,
I'm just kind of, I guess, like an opener to the page, like kind of
Okay.
like hello, I guess.
that's your way of saying hello.
Yeah.
84. Tape. 84T rather. This is going to be, you see the stuff that Adam Fox is saying here in the back shack?
I do. Again, this has nothing to do with me.
Did you know he's talking about taking the Capitol by force on or about 7-3?
No,
Never had a discussion with you about that?
no, I'm not.
Never invite you
Nope.
to be one of his 200 men or so or whatever?
No.
$85T. Continued talk, looks like at the, on 7-3.
7/3/2020.
Yeah. You have any involvement in this?
I have no involvement in that.
Looks like between undercover Mark and,
And Fox.
thank you. 86T.
Mr. Burnett, has this been the same week?
The same conversation, yes, on 7-3.
And I believe Mr. Molitor indicated that he was not present at that meeting, is that correct?
He did, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm looking for. Let me just say this, Eric, if there's any discussion about you at the vac shack,
Not that I'm aware of.
well, if there was, is that something from your input or,
It would not be for my input, no.
okay?
Mr. Burnett, I'm not trying to, if there was a specific quote where his name was mentioned, that's fine. I didn't see his name on that one, that's why I asked.
I think we covered it, Your Honor. We're good. Thank you. 90. That's me. What's this here, Eric, on 7-3?
So 7/3/2020, this looks like a comment for me to Adam without more context before and after it. I couldn't tell you why exactly I was saying this.
Adam, I stand with you, man. What's this about suicide?
I cannot tell you unless I saw it before and after. I'd need that flushed out more.
95, please.
Machinery is ready. You can commence fire. Seize.
Okay, what do you see there?
I see people who need training. That's people trying to run through a shoot house.
What do you mean they need training?
Yeah, they're not doing well.
Tell me why.
Well, they obviously don't have the training, so they probably don't have any past experience, so no military, no law enforcement, anything like that. But I mean, they're going live fire. But yeah, I don't feel like they'd be ready for that, just seeing that. But that has nothing to do with me anyways. I wasn't there, didn't know anything about it.
97T, please. So it looks like on 7-Eleven talking about a baker. What's a baker, Eric?
At that time, I wouldn't have known. So, yeah, 7-Eleven in 2020, that's between Adam and Dan. Again, has nothing to do with me.
Okay. '98. What are we seeing there?
Looks like more training. Again, has nothing to do with me. I wasn't there. I didn't know about it.
99T.
So this looks like a talk between Steve Robinson, Brandon Caserta, and Barry Croft on 7/12/2020. Again, has nothing to do with me.
What's their topic? Looks like they're talking about a trial. You know anything about that?
No,
Anything about chopping trees down?
no,
Breaching airspace?
no.
Taking the governor into custody?
No.
105. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute, don't put that up yet. Hang on. Did you, sorry about that. You weren't in Wisconsin,
No, it was not.
so you're not going to be in their group photo, are you?
No.
Thank you. Let's do it that way. 107, please. See that? What's that look like? DZ text, rather?
So Deansy is Adam Fox. Tex is Sean Fix. So it looks like a text between Adam and Sean.
And that has to do with what? The Dublin, Ohio meeting, possibly?
Founding Fathers meeting in Ohio.
That's something you knew about?
I didn't know about it.
In Texas, what, Sean Fix? Who?
Sean Fix.
.108, please. This is Mr. Fox, I think. Oh, sorry. Okay. This is 7/19, right after the Dublin meeting, right?
Yes.
And tell me what these things are that were found in your house and presented as part of the prosecutor's case.
So that is a level 3A plus bulletproof vest, bullet resistant vest. I got it because if I get shot while I'm doing my job as a security person, even at a door, I would prefer to have something to stop that.
It was ordered right after the Dublin meeting, isn't it?
That's what I found out, correct? That has nothing to do with it. I didn't know about the meeting, so yeah, I didn't order this because of a meeting. I ordered it because I don't want to die from a gunshot. I think it's pretty logical.
When did that get to you finally, if you know?
I believe 2 months later.
Why is that?
Well, it's not down there. Ship date.
Ship date, 9/28?
Yeah, well, there's a lead time on the stuff, so especially for that size, I'm pretty sure they don't just have that sitting around. So they had to create it first of all to send it out, and also I used a quad. It's called Quad Pay, so it takes 4 payments, and you actually don't get it shipped until that 4th payment is made. That was a easier way to get a $600 item.
And it was implied that's for a bad purpose and bad timing. Do you agree with that?
Pardon me?
It was implied that you ordered that for a bad purpose and the timing was looking bad.
It was implied. I didn't know if I could say that or not. But yeah, again, I didn't order it because of a meeting that I didn't know about. That doesn't make sense. I got it for my job. That's something you can wear under your shirt. So again, I wouldn't have to wear a plate carrier, which is very obvious and highly inappropriate standing guard at a door.
109, please. What's that picture show?
So right here is my plate carrier, and again, that's a quick disconnect from my pistol holster. This looks like that level 3A plus right there, and then these are the papers that certify that is what it is. Also, that is goggles. That's what's up there.
And anything in there that you're not supposed to have?
No, everything is okay to have. All legally purchased.
111T, please. What's this?
So this is Adam Fox once again. Okay, so on 7/27 of 2020, this is Adam Fox talking to somebody, saying, I got a couple, Eric Molitor, James Bowen, and Cadillac. So again, he's saying my name.
He's counting you as one of his people.
That's what it looks like on 7/27, correct? Any inclination he had that I was one of his people would have been for me wanting to join his first militia when I was really excited about joining it.
That's the Facebook page.
Yeah. So anytime he wants to include me on any of his other dealings, that has nothing to do with me. Again, I'm not in charge of how other people talk or what they do. So
He said you're the medic.
yeah, he said I was the medic.
Were you his medic? His group's medic?
Yes, I believe that's how he promoted me. Yeah, he had me as his medic.
Say that again.
I believe that he promoted me as his medic for his group. Yes.
What was your feeling of being in the group, out of the group, medic, not medic, anything?
I was never in a group, so I could not have been a medic for his group. I had said that I would join his group, but again, it never actually formed. So
215T. What's this one? Looks like Adam Fox listening to you again.
Okay, so on 8/1 of 2020, this is a transcript between Adam Fox, Sean Fitz, and Amanda Keller. Yep, so again, Adam is saying my name.
116T. This looks like on 8/4, we're getting into August. There's Dan and Fox going back and forth. Do you know anything about what they're talking about?
Just by reading it, and obviously his own words, yeah. Adam is telling Dan he feels like he can lead best by actually doing stuff instead of sitting back and telling people to do stuff. Yeah. Again, has nothing to do with me.
Okay. I'm gonna jump to 126. Big one. Tell me what's.
So 8/27, this is 2 days before the ride up north. This is Adam getting a hold of me. And he's asking when to go for a ride Saturday and do some recon. To which I respond, you got a place in mind? He's like, obviously don't know. And I'm dropping the kids off tomorrow to the X in Big Rapids. Already planning on scoping out hotels and motels, again, for the Antifa and BLM stuff I was hearing about. There it says, our Cadillac crew has us in surrounding areas under watch, so that's badass. We got a lot of good people in Michigan, dude. But anyways, where's this ride you want to take? And instead of telling me where, he simply responds, we doing a recon on a high-profile vacation house. You in? I said, load out. I need to know where to meet and time. So load out would be, what type of gear do I need to bring? He didn't say to bring anything, really. We'll get to that. He then says, copy that, we'll let you know. Probably scoop you up on the way. Send me your address.
Okay. I've got you. Got another guy, he says. Actually, you say that. Who are you referring to? And why are you bringing another guy?
So I was talking about my buddy Ethan, because he also, so when I went to stand with my buddy Lane, I took my other friend Ethan. And so because I know this guy is reliable and he's willing to stand by me during dangerous situations, I said that I could take him as well.
Keep going. Skip over the numbers and what's it say in the box on the lower right-hand corner.
Okay, well, we may get pulled to Detroit, but Saturday be just us with the boys. OPSEC reasons, cash for food, low profile, low trail of our existence.
What's that? What'd you take that as?
It's again another militia guy talking about OPSEC. It's just, it is all the time you hear this stuff. It does not stand out. It is not uncommon. So,
Can we go to the next? Yes, sir.
on 8/28, so the very next day.
It says no trail of existence. Tomorrow's Friday. It looks like you had the day wrong, right?
No, the date is correct. Now it's the next day. It's top of that box. It says the 28th.
Okay.
So it says, what's up, bro? Have 3 locations. Have intel on 3 already. We're knocking out 1 and 2 tomorrow. 5-man team. All surveillance. So I said, understood, easy peasy. This is the map. See, I won't be available for Lansing, but the other one I'm in. That's me. I said that.
And what's the map show you?
The map shows, I think the light blue would be my closest road, and for some reason, that's the, I'm sorry, I'm trying to point with my finger. So, this is where they would be coming up from Lansing. I believe this is my area, my road.
What's the red dot up there, the pin?
That's Elk Rapids, I know now.
You what?
I know that now, this is Elk Rapids.
Okay, and you thought it was somewhat at the other,
I thought it was Bel Air.
okay. Next page, please. Do you know any high-level vacation homes in Bel Air or Elk Rapids?
No, I've actually never heard of Bel Air before this. So 8/28, same day. This is the bottom of the map, so it's a continuation. That's our route starting in Lansing at 1000. So where en route can you meet? So this is him and I trying to get together, like where can we meet? Yeah, so my road is the light blue one I was telling him. He wants me to find an exact location that we can meet, that our paths would cross.
Okay. Anything about on the right side of the page that you can explain?
No, it's just a continuation of that, trying to figure out where to meet.
Next page, please. Thank you. The box item up on the left.
Up on the left, all right, LOL, so hard to organize the civilians, I wish this was a paid gig. What time should I be ready, or is that something to be determined tomorrow? So I'm still asking him what is even going on the day before. He says he's gonna be here around 10ish, so probably noonish for you. We're coming up through Cadillac, so probably just snag you on the way. I said, sounds good. He said, copy that. Then on the 29th, he said, en route 1 hour out from you.
Next, on the right side.
Yeah, so this would have been after the ride.
Okay. What's that say up on the top there above barricade?
At the very top, right here.
No, no, no.
Okay, so you want to patch in with us or what? Again, this is after the ride. That was Adam.
Okay, yeah, that little half top of the page.
All right, at the very top, it says shitty holster, I have works.
Do you see that in context with the portion on the left or not?
No, there's some stuff missing. Shitty holster, I have works.
Do you have a shitty holster?
Oh, I do not know, my holsters were pretty decent.
Who's saying so you want to patch in with us or what, brother?
That's Adam Fox asking me if I want to patch in with his group. This is after the ride.
What's patch
Still
in?
not patched in.
I think you've said what patch in is.
Yeah, patch is being a full member.
Full member?
Yeah, like an actual part of a militia is when you're patched in.
And what was your response to that?
I said, let me work with you for a little bit before I commit. I've had bad luck with groups. I'm always willing to work with people though, but I would like the ability to make an informed decision.
Okay. And that was in response to patching in?
Yes. No. It's my way of saying no without actually saying no. It's very non-committal. If you say no, again, am I going to lose the contact? Sorry.
Okay, you were worried about losing your accessibility to Mr. Fox?
Yeah.
And you didn't want to tell him no, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That is correct.
And your accessibility was important for what?
Well, it was important for a couple of reasons. My main one, probably about this time, would be I wanted to get the steroids from Adam. So it was pretty selfish. Outside of that, however, was if I kept hearing stuff, if he kept promoting plans or I found out about a larger group, I planned myself on going to the police with that information. Then I would actually have something I felt worthy of going to the police with.
It's a discussion continue to say after that.
He says, copy that. Let me know after the FTX, and I expect to keep everything from today between us. To which I respond, copy, and I don't even know what you're talking about, brother. All good.
Well, this was after the ride, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
He's telling you to keep quiet,
Yes.
and you did.
Yes.
Tell me why.
Well, because by the end of the ride, it was two people. In my head, it was two people talking stupid. One of them was incredibly dumb, I would say. The credibility of them being dangerous wasn't near as severe at the end of the ride as it was when we first got up here. Like I said, when I first found out, I was in fear for my life. At the end of the ride, the fear had greatly diminished just based on what I'd seen. It was still there a little bit, but greatly diminished.
Okay, is that the end? Thank you.
Let's take a little break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for a good 10-15 minutes there. Everyone wants to use the restroom and be energized, and then we'll bring you all back. All right. Okay, everyone, have a seat. Take a 10-15-minute break, as I said. Mr. Barnett, again, when I reorient to focusing on parts, we do well for a couple, and then we go back to reading the whole thing again. So
Okay.
let's pinpoint pursuit.
Okay.
Pinpoint pursuit. See everybody back in about 15 minutes.
the one that came from.
Hey, Mr. Barnett, what you doing there? I want you to high point, let me see your phone.
You might not remember this, but there was a question when you were looking at the picture and you were talking about a threaded barrel.
Yes.
And I happened to cough and I missed your barrel. So you said, no, it does have a threaded barrel, so it has the.
Neural on it. Neural, it's KNURL. Yes.
And I just couldn't say anything.
You can't really skip a beat on that, can you? That's crazy. You said they're really 7-8 hours.
It's hard. It is hard, especially as I'm getting older.
Yeah.
Trials are
How long
hard.
you been doing it?
This is year 18.
Holy cow. How's the wrist?
The wrists are
I
fine.
noticed you got the little pad
Yeah.
things.
This thing is made, and you barely even touch it. I mean, really, you know, I really thought when I first got it, you'd like really lean on it or something, but you know, you just barely touch it. It's made a huge difference, but it's actually like back. It's got lots of back and my issue is wrong.
Okay.
I've been very lucky that my parents have been good. I mean, I've had a couple of things where like there was like inflammation, like, you know, I mean, anything that you do repetitively can do that. So.
That's why I was wondering. Yeah.
But I try to make sure that I don't do that because in school obviously I'm learning about carpal tunnel. That's very, very common. A good thing because they, well, there's a lot of quarters that's a quarter hinder.
No, I was wondering about that.
But yeah, not so much anymore. And some of it they can do non-surgically too. So I just suppose it would depend on how severe it was for some.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I love my job and I would not want to do anything else, but I did not realize that it was, this is actually classified as manual labor.
Okay.
So, and I know why. I just didn't know that, you know, school.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. So there's a lot of people in the profession that have a lot of pain issues. So they're always talking about what they can do.
Yep.
Lots of massages, lots of yoga, lots of chiropractic.
Really? Insurance cover holistic? Oh, that's awesome. What the heck?
It does cover chiropractor for 30 visits a year.
How many?
30.
Oh, that's
It's pretty decent, yeah. And then my chiropractor, so like, I go once a week, I have a during this because it's in Traverse City. I go once a week and that usually is pretty good. And then when it does run out, you know, it charges me $25.
25? Oh my gosh, that's nice.
Yeah, I really like it. I was 2 years ago. I didn't have one before, and I liked it too, but this was a lot. It took me a long time to try chiropractic because I don't like cracking my bones or anything or my fingers. So I was like scared of it.
It is weird, especially when they do that. They're able to do that.
I started it, I couldn't do it.
Everyone can remain seated if they so choose. I'm just going to place them right on the record. So let's go back on the record. Had a chance to talk to the attorneys. There was an issue that we discussed relative to the potential exhibits that the Attorney General's office may seek to admit, and whether or not, if they come in for impeachment purposes and substantive evidence, then does MRA 106 apply? So if the party sought to provide expanded audio or video, does that apply? I appreciate the Attorney General's office looking into that. I think the position is, and I don't think there's any disagreement, is that 106 does apply. So as I indicated previously, Mr. Barnett is going to prepare perhaps some other exhibits that he may seek to admit. Obviously, we'll allow parties to review those, but we will take up that after. Mr. Walton, anything to do before we bring it back?
No, sir.
Mr. Nundy?
No, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All rise for the jury. Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Barnett?
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, Exhibit G from my, sorry about that. Defense Molitor, Exhibit G from our admission. We have covered this before. Eric, you recognize G?
Yeah, it looks familiar.
Well, you're on this chat. Can we see page 2, please?
Bless him.
Key pinpointing Beansy. Okay, how's everyone feel about kidnapping? You remember this exhibit?
I know of the exhibit, yes.
Did you read these messages?
I did not read these messages.
Did you read the message as our exhibit exists where there's extra back and forth?
No.
Does your name appear on this exhibit?
No.
Had you read this exhibit prior to being?
I'm sorry, man. I think my name appears in people who are in the group, a part of the group, like the chat.
Okay.
As far as that goes, my name is in there, I believe.
Were you engaged in this chat?
I was not, no.
Where were you, if you know, on?
To the best of my recollection, I was working at a Menards. And with these chats, because how many people were involved in them, the phone would be going off all the time. So you turn the notifications off. I put it in my pocket. You turn it back on, it'd be like 200 something messages sometimes. You don't read all that. I never went to the beginning to read it, so no, I did not get to read this.
You didn't see the comment about kidnapping then?
Not until you sent it to me when I was in jail.
All right. 130, please. This is a chart. Did you have time to look at this chart on the break?
I did look at it. Number 9 confuses me.
Okay, let's talk about number 9. Molitor searches Governor Whitmer address.
That's correct, because it looks like in the timeline that we're at the Red Bull Tavern right now. I did that in the vehicle, but not at the tavern,
And again, your intent for doing that was
just to play along.
play along.
Yep. I found out that I had to play a part when I was with these guys. Because then, what do they do if they think that you are not cool, if you're not with them?
Anything else on Exhibit 130?
No, sir.
Leave 141, we'll go to the Red Bull Tavern.
Yep, so that's Adam Fox, that's me, and that's CHS Dan right there, Dan's vehicle, and that is the tavern.
What's going on right here?
Well, right here, I believe we're getting out of the vehicle, either getting out or going to get back in.
Okay. 142. Thank you.
So this looks like a transcript of the audio recording from Dan's wire. It's between Adam, Dan, and myself. This is us talking about stowing our guns.
Okay, you took your gun off, put it in the back or in some sort of trunk area?
Yeah, Dan and I took our weapons off. He was not sure of the legalities of us having our pistols inside of a bar. And so since it kind of raised the confusion in my head, I was like, let's take it off then. Safe than sorry.
And you indicate at the bottom, look at that line there. That was when I,
That was when I still believed in doing things the right way.
what's that about?
So again, just talking as I'm taking my gun off, because I'm unsure of the laws about taking it into a bar. I'm just talking, just running my mouth with the guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
143.
That's Adam Fox on the inside of the tavern. That looks like when he was drawing the map.
What are you doing at this point?
I'm sitting over on this side of Adam, so directly across from him. Just sitting there.
Did you ever see the map?
No, I did not.
Do you have any problems with the pictures that were taken in that facility? In other words, where you were sitting and so forth?
No, they seem fairly accurate. Yes.
Okay. When you took your slow motion video, whose phone was that on?
It was on Adam's phone.
And whose direction was that?
Whose direction was it?
Yeah.
Adam was the one that tasked me with it.
Did you go to a boat launch that day?
We did go to a boat launch.
Let's see, 153, please.
Right over here would have been the boat launch area. That's Adam Fox, and the picture is taken by CHS Dan.
And where are you at this time?
I'm over by the truck. I'm not standing at a sign behind Dan. He was parked along the shoreline. There was this row of trees, and so he was parked in the parking area over there. It was about 60, 70 feet away.
Could you see these folks from where you were?
I don't recall seeing. I didn't look over. I wasn't trying to stare at them.
Okay. 154, please.
So again, that's Adam, same spot, but standing this time.
Same answers to my other questions?
That is correct.
155.
I don't know much about this picture. I wasn't over there when these pictures were taken. This has nothing to do with me.
Okay. 156. Is that where the boat launch is?
It looks accurate.
Okay. 157, police station.
That is the picture that the surveillance team took. This is Dan's truck, so Dan's driving as passenger. I'm sitting back here. The surveillance team is surveilling us. Took this picture as we passed the police department.
Did you give out some ideas on surveillance on this trip?
I had given out some ideas, like, checking out police department, stuff like that. I was hoping they'd be close enough to deter them. If nothing else, also they had brought it up previously as well.
And that was that around this time you were going here or on the way there, or?
I want to say this was at the end of the ride, on the way out of town.
160. And then
160. 160.
What, no, hang on, 162. Are these your Google searches that you were playing along with?
Yep, this is part of my phone dump. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different searches for my cell phone. These are the searches I put in the back of Dan's truck.
Okay. Prior to, thank you. Prior to Luther, were you on the Wire app or Wire chat?
Prior to Luther?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you following it? Ty Garvin, Dan Harris, Caleb Franks? Any of those, the training schedule is sent out. Did you see the training schedule?
There was a training schedule, yes.
Was there anything on there that was unusual?
I don't know if I saw it on the chat or if it was on a Facebook page, but no, there's nothing unusual about it.
Were you involved with Ty Garvin, Dan Harris, or Franks in any of the prep for Luther?
No, I was not.
167, please. So, trying to, this is a bit, how many pages is this, Agent? Thank you. What is Adam asking you to do here?
So this is between me and Adam Fox on September 7th of 2020. He's asked me to bring the toy to the FTX. The toy is referring to my RF detector.
What about down the next day or 2 days later, he's at it again?
Yes, September 9th. He's again saying, make sure you bring that.
Next page, please. Here he is again on September 11th.
Well, yeah, so the third time now.
So you see that where you're seeing there and you're going to the Walmart parking lot.
Yes.
Do you recall going to the Walmart parking lot that day?
If you're talking about the 12th, I do not remember that at all.
Okay. One 169, please. Did you see these guys at the FTX?
And there's a few people that I recognize from there, yeah. Yes.
And you're up there with,
So I'm up here at the top. Again, I knew of Adam, of any of these guys. He's probably one that I had the most knowledge of. Barry Croft was there. I mean, obviously all these individuals were there.
and you don't have any involvement with any of the others?
No.
Other than brief contacts with the Nulls?
No. No, like I said, the Knowles and I have run into each other just because of our involvement in the militia groups
Okay.
and whatnot.
Do you know who these other people are without getting into great detail?
No, I do not.
Are these people that presumably signed up when they got there like you did?
Yeah, there's quite a few names on that list. I could safely assume a lot of these people signed on it.
171, please. Thank you. Okay, take a moment there, and if you could pinpoint any issues you have on this UCE mark timeline, if any.
Yes, number 5.
What does number 5 say?
It says Fox and Molitor use RF detector at Luther. So I have an issue with that because I did not use the RF detector at any point during that. So that's false.
You didn't wave it around in the field?
I did not wave it around aimlessly in the air. No, I did not.
You didn't wand anybody?
I did not wave it or wand anybody.
Your testimony was something about a pocket.
Yep. When Adam gave it to me, he said, Molitor, I need you to go around and finish wanding people. I told him, it's too obvious. He said, I don't care how you do it. Like, okay, whatever. So I put it in my pocket and I just went about my business. Went over to the medical tent, just stood around there.
Did you, was it on when it was given back to you?
I think it was on when he handed it to me, yeah.
And how was it in your pocket?
It would have been off in my pocket.
Pardon me?
It would have been off in my pocket.
Okay.
It's not going to do anything down here in a cargo, like down here. This thing has to be pretty much right over whatever would be emitting frequencies.
You didn't use it, but did it go off at any time in your possession? In other words, buzz or whatever the sound is?
Not while it was in my possession. No, Adam did get hit on a phone for the guy who was holding it in his hand. So that was pretty obvious.
That's what you observed?
That is what I observed, yes.
Did you see him wanding other people?
He was wanding other people.
And what happened after that?
I really don't know. Like, I just went around about my business.
$175, please. Okay, wait a minute. Is there anything else there that bothered you? Looks like not.
No, that's the one that I had an issue with. Thank you.
175, please.
So on this year, I'm always first, I'm here for hurricanes and hold them all the rest of the election. I'm just, really going on. I got this angle, I got that. So right now, we're like up, easy, I'm tired of everything. Now the way this is gonna go is, if I go high board, that's your cue to go. Okay? If you go high board, that's my cue. So whoever is clear, if I go high board, you roll in, I'm walking right on, all the way, okay? Same thing. Ready? Round one, now, ready? Okay. Alright, so you're gonna hold the door, make sure nobody's like me. So, like, we're just on one. Yeah, there is. So, out here, coming, we got your saws, you're gonna hold the door, make sure nobody's.
Hey, what are you seeing there, Eric?
Those are the people training at the Luther FTX. Go to the shoot house.
Is that the shoot house you went through?
Yes.
What is your impression of what you just saw there?
I don't really have too much of an impression on this stuff. The guys weren't trained that well, so I guess that's just as far as I'll go on that. But again, it has nothing to do with me.
Whose voice was that talking the most?
That was Adam Fox.
Again, were you in any discussions whatsoever at the FTX about the governor in any shape or form?
No.
Have you reviewed any audio and found yourself talking about that or any conversations?
Outside of the truck, no. The ride on the 29th, no.
Let's look at 202 with the dash cam video. I'm finishing up right away. Trying to typical.
There's some filing numbers you can name signs up there. What numbers are looking for? 8936. 56. Say it one more time. 7154 down. Seven, 31. Is it 73? What's the gap? Oh, yeah. 6, 7, these are going down. So we might order this 683 down. It's gotta be. I'm gonna be always right. Six, 4, 1. Yeah, we're going down now. How much longer we got on this road? They said it's at the end. Yeah, we'll go down here. They said it's close to the very end, so maybe these numbers will pop up on the side then. This is 35. 6515. This is the end right here. Sure, we missed that number. Yeah.
Did you see the governor's cottage in that?
I did not see the governor's cottage in that.
Did you see her mailbox?
I did not see a mailbox. This was Higgins' video?
Yep. There's other exhibits here, Eric. I'm not going to play them all or show them all at this time. You recognize you are, there's going to be questioning from the state of Michigan at this point.
Yes, I do.
You knew that before testifying, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You feel that you've provided your testimony that you want to on direct for the jury today and yesterday?
Touched on quite a bit, yes.
Is there anything you want to talk to me about before I turn the case over to the prosecution?
Nothing I can think of right now, no.
Okay. I'm going to move this out of here, Your Honor, and Mr. Ralston can take over here in a sec.
Actually, two other people that had an opportunity to report that.
Okay.
Mr. Null, do you have any questions for you?
We're the witness. No, thank you. Not for this witness, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ralston, it's 11:30. I'm not going to hold you to a clock, obviously, of how long you think the cross would be. My question would be just before lunch or to start lunch or then lunch?
I would like to go now, and I'd like to try to get done before lunch.
Okay, very good. Then we will do that.
Good. Really? You can't make it up. We got an extra bulb, right? Yeah. Kids, animals, and technology. Yeah. Okay. So,
So we lost the ball, is that?
I think so.
Okay, I'm assuming that's not a real second.
Yeah, I actually don't know how to do it.
Okay. Well, rather than have us stand around and pressure you in doing that, because we'll fix it in 5 seconds if we all leave, but we're all here for about a half hour. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what we'll do is take lunch from about 11:30 to 1, so we can plan to be back ready to go at 1 o'clock. I think we start our. Okay, all rise for the jury. Did Mr. Russell go over what we're going to be doing tomorrow? Then she'll let you know at this time.
And you said 1 o'clock to 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan, is that you?
I think so. I thought it went up to my car, get up,
I'm fine to say 1:30.
if I need extra time.
Well, I'd rather know now so they know.
1:30.
Okay, will you let them know 1:30?
Thank you.
1:30. Okay, on the side. Anything from anybody before we break for lunch, Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Mr. Nazio, anything? Mr. Nazio? Anything before?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett? Mr. Nunzio, by the way, in basketball, that's how you know somebody did something. We'll be off till 1:30, thank you.
There's a phrase that goes with this, Judge, that you don't want me to say.
Did it start with wakey wakey?
I didn't appreciate it.
did have a chance to talk to the attorneys in chambers. So, just so that I understand the link connection correctly, Mr. Ralston, we would anticipate several new potential exhibits: 270, 271, 272, 273, 275, 276, 278, and then I think there was a picture or a text message image that was 267, is that correct?
287.
Oh, 287.
Is that right?
No, it's 2627. 267 is.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, 267, I'd be correct. Thank you.
So those numbers are correct. And then, Mr. Barnett, the expanded clips that you would seek to admit through 106, the next three letters, I believe, for you, so that it relates to 271, all that defendant Molitor's W as in whiskey. 276 would be defendant Molitor's X as an X-ray. And then to 278 would be defendant Molitor's Y as in Yankee. Okay.
So, yes, sure. And what we were told was that 6 clips will be played. There was, the agent helped me out and confirmed that with Mr. Cyber's paperwork, and that's what we were counting on, not the laundry list that the court had given to us. I was able to get through 6, 3 of which we were not asking to have any changes. The context is appropriate.
Okay.
But we were told that the numbers that were coming in are 270, 271, 272, 275, 276, and 278. We've made clips on 271, 272, 278. We've asked if they'd be able to come in under MRE 106 as expanded clips.
Did I have 273 on the list correctly? I thought that was one of the ones listed this morning.
Yes.
Mr. Brennan, you, would 273 be one where you would potentially want an expanded clip under 106?
I don't know, I did not review that based on representations that were made. I would need additional time to.
Okay, that's fine. Let's take the additional time before we bring the jury back. Let's do it all at once. So if you want, go ahead and listen to 273. The note I made is it begins at 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 43 seconds in.
Well, let me double check. Yeah, that's, Thomas had 109 on one that was actually 134. And it was under 275. So 273 again, Your Honor.
The start time was 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 43 seconds. Very to the end.
Okay. And we need a break, Your Honor, to reconvene to the basement and take a look at that.
Sure. Mr. Arden, you just let the jury know it will be 5 minutes.
silent. Yeah. Foxy. Awkward.
Upward.
With, yeah, actually, no, all borders.
think we've got enough time here, I'll just make some.
I had a game of Sergeant Knight to see if I could get out of here before she gets. Ray.
Yep.
276 would be Y as in Yankee, and 278 would be Z as in Zulu. Okay,
Who it is?
Zulu it is. We got through the entire alphabet and all military designations. Mr. Ralston, anything before we bring the jury back in?
No, sir.
Mr. Nutley?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Mr. Martin?
No, I will make an appropriate CD of these and have it for the jury at the appropriate time. And also can email them if I remember. Dan is with my contact with the internet.
All rise for the jury.
Answer the question. Think about it.
Okay, everyone can be seated. We'll move in office in a minute. All right, sorry about that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize for the delay. There were some unexpected legal issues that we needed to discuss outside of your presence. Did get a note from one of you, and I'm going to try to answer it as best I can. If this does not fully answer the question for that juror, just let us know in a different note, and we will provide any other specific information. In terms of the check that we will get, it will have a total amount, obviously, but it breaks out in three separate amounts. The amount that is juror pay, so to speak, under the statute, the amount that is mileage, and the amount that is food. So each one is delineated separately, so you can tell what portion of it comes from the total. So I don't think that hopefully solves the issue. If not, just let us know in a further note later, and we'll address it with the clerk's office as best we can. Okay? And I already talked to the parties about this, but some personal identifying information being on that note, the court's not going to provide that, so that we go on the court file, just simply be destroyed. And if you'll recall, I think the projector issue is all set, Mr. Ralston.
I wish it were so, but we're gonna get by without it, Judge.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We'll use the TV screen for the little bit that we need.
Okay, got it. And so you'll recall that Mr. Molitor is still testifying, still under oath, obviously, and we're going to begin the cross-examination by the attorney general's office. Mr. Ralston?
Good, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Molitor. Let's start off with Adam Fox. Is Adam Fox a terrorist in your mind?
No,
Why not?
he didn't do anything.
Okay. Do you think he had terrorist ideations, or and do you think he wanted to commit a terrorist attack?
As far as what he wanted, I don't know. I would say his ideologies ran along those lines.
Okay. How about Barry Croft? Was he a terrorist?
I don't know Barry that well.
Okay. You said something yesterday. You said that you were talking about the show of force at the protests.
Yes.
And you talked about violence perceived is violence achieved.
Correct.
Remember that? Okay.
Yes.
I mean, what does that mean? Tell us about that.
So if somebody thinks that you're going to be a hard target, they're not going to go after you. So if you're standing there holding a gun and they perceive that they come after you, that they're going to receive violent action in return, then they are a lot less likely to attack you.
Okay, but when you show up at a public rally or a public protest,
Yes.
and you're all kitted up, you got your long gun slung, and you got your secondary, sidearm on your hip.
Yes.
You got a lot of magazines, you got these flex cuffs, things like that. I mean, you're not in your home waiting to be attacked. I mean, you're going out there and you're displaying a show of force, right?
Sir, I never wore that stuff in my home waiting to be attacked either.
But that's the reason you go out, is to have a show of force, right?
It's a show of force.
At any point in your life, did any law enforcement agency, officer, deputy, trooper, federal agent ever call and say, we need your help here. Can you come on down?
No, sir.
Okay, this was all on your own volition, is
Yes,
that
it
correct?
was.
Okay. And who was when you went out in public like that, I mean, who was the show of force, and, who were you trying to intimidate?
So as
It's a
for,
form of intimidation, wouldn't you agree?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Objection, multiple question.
Okay, but, yeah, I think it was a follow-up question, but, so Mr. Molitor, you asked if it was a form of intimidation, and you said yes, you agree.
I did, correct.
Mr. Ralston, if you could ask the previous question to that, and allow me.
Can you help me out?
Who is it for?
Oh.
Who is it directed to?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I
Okay.
got two helpers here. And who was it directed to when you went out to these rallies? I mean, when you went to, when you went to Rosa Parks Circle there, I mean, we saw the picture of you all kitted up. I mean, tell us about that.
So during these times, this was when the BLM and Antifa protesters ended up becoming rioters, some of them. Were going around and destroying cities and property. So it was a show of force for them.
Okay. You ever go to rallies at the Capitol like that?
I have. Yes.
Okay. I mean, were you trying, the Capitol, I mean, obviously a fairly sacred place, you would agree?
A sacred place?
I mean, yeah, it's
Yes.
our state's capital. It's the seat of our government. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I mean, that's where our lawmakers are, correct?
Yes.
I mean, they're protected by the state troopers that are there, right?
A whole bunch of people. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I mean, were you trying to intimidate the lawmakers?
No.
Okay. You ever use the word tyrants?
Yes.
Tell us how.
I don't understand the question, I guess. Like, how else would you use it? It has.
Tell us how you've used it. And who's a tyrant to you?
So a tyrant would be government officials, I guess, that overreach what they're allowed to do.
Okay. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about some real basics. Okay. On August 29th, you drove to Elk Rapids with Adam Fox and Dan, right?
I didn't catch the.
Sure. I'm sorry. August 29th of 2020, you drove to Elk Rapids with Adam Fox and Dan, correct?
No, sir. I was duped into a truck. I did not drive. Dad
Okay.
drove.
No problem. Okay. So you were in a vehicle with them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were tricked.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while you were there in the back of that truck, what kind of gun did you have?
I had a Glock 23, but I had changed the barrel out, so it was chambered in 40 instead of a 9.
Okay. And how many rounds did that gun have in it?
The magazines I was using, I believe I had 17, and then I had one in the chamber.
Okay. And Mr. Fox didn't have a gun, right?
I'm going to find out he did not have a gun.
Okay. And you knew that at lunchtime, right?
He claimed that he did not have a gun. Whether he actually had one or not, I do not know, but he said he did not have one.
Okay. I mean, did you ever see him with one?
No.
Okay. And Dan had a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're in the back seat, right?
Yes, I am.
Now, tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, I mean, who's got the advantage in that environment? When you're in the back seat and you've got 4 in the mag and 1 in the chamber, I mean, who's got the advantage in that environment?
16 in the magazine, sir.
16,
Yes, I understand what you're getting at.
Yeah.
So I would have the tactical advantage behind them. They would not be able to see what I was doing, so I'd be able to get the drop on them. But just because you have a gun, just because I had a gun doesn't mean that I want to shoot anybody. So just because I have a tactical advantage doesn't mean that my first thought is, hey, I can shoot them to get away. So.
Okay, what I'm trying to, why were you so scared? I mean, you told us how yesterday you got real emotional when you were talking about, I just wanted to get back to my children, right? Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you just wanted to get back to your children during that daytime surveillance. And before you left the house, you said you smoked some weed, right?
Yep.
Drank some moonshine.
I had a little bit.
Okay, grabbed your gun.
My pistol, it was already on me.
Okay, and then went out on the open road, right? Stoned and drunk.
Not drunk, outside.
Okay, I mean, that's what happened, right?
So, yes, yeah,
Is that what happened?
that's what happened.
Okay, and you got in the truck and you said that the second you heard Adam talking about his terroristic plot, that's what it was, right?
Yeah, in the moment, you better believe it.
Attacking the governor, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and you agree that's a terroristic plot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and and I think you told us that at that point in time, I think your words were, you barely knew Adam, right?
Can we backtrack? Because you asked me a question about my fear level at that point. Is that something that we can cover, or are you moving on from that?
Mr. Barnett will have a chance to ask you some
I'm sorry.
follow-up questions, sure.
Okay.
So I think you said that you barely knew Adam at that point in time, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, and you had a lot of fear, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and when this terroristic plot is mentioned, I think you also told us at a different point in your testimony that you thought he was joking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I know what you're talking about.
I mean, am I correct that, and you said both things, right?
I did say both things. Yes, sir.
It seems like, you know, if you think someone's joking, I'm wondering how you got all this fear that you told the jury about yesterday.
Okay. So the joke that I thought he had made us when I first got in his dad's truck right outside of my house, when he made the comment about going to scope out the tyrant bitch's house and maybe blow up her boat. Then she gets another one, blow that one up. She gets another one, blow that one up. It wasn't. I am so sorry. When Adam was talking about blowing up her boat, she gets another one, we blow that one up, so on and so forth. He continues to laugh afterwards like a joke, and then it ended. It was not a discussion. It was not a conversation. It was a joke. So no, I did not have any fear at a joke.
Okay, but you said you were filled with fear and you were all you wanted to do was get back to your kids. I mean,
Yes.
and I'm wondering, like, kind of like, when did it move from one to the other? Like, how did it move? I mean, it seems like those are kind of incongruent.
So that's a very fair question. So when it changed from not being afraid to being afraid, we had actually gotten all the way up here in the Bel Air, and that's when he actually started mentioning Governor Whitmer's name. Up until that point, I had no idea that we're going to Governor Whitmer's cottage, that we're doing anything to Governor Whitmer. So that's when it all got dropped in my lap. That's when the instant fear hit me, right there.
Okay, so was that before lunch?
That was before lunch.
Okay, and so let's kind of summarize. And, you know, so you came up here on August 29th with Adam Fox and Dan, right?
Yes, sir.
Armed with a gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you drove by the governor's cabin how many times?
I believe the first times we went by twice before I went to the bar.
Right, and then after the bar, how many times?
One more time. Three
Okay.
times in total, sir.
Okay, so it's really up and down the street total. And if you're going north and south, it's, you know, north 3 times, south 3 times.
Correct. So 6 times in total, sir.
So you drove by the house 6 times total, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when you did that, you were armed, right?
Yes, I was.
And while you did that on one of those passes on the southbound trip, you took the slow motion video of the governor's home, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and let's talk about September 12th for a little bit.
Okay.
You went to Luther, right?
Yes, I did.
And this is after you had this very scary experience on August 29th, right? With Adam Fox.
The beginning of the ride was terrifying, yes.
Okay, and so you went to Luther on the 12th, right?
Yes.
Trained with firearms there, is that correct?
Yes,
And you gave Adam Fox your RF detector.
I did.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the equipment that you had.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
You talked about, you know, the restraints. You know, flex cuffs, handcuffs. I think you had some leg irons too, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I mean, did you ever, in the history of your life, ever use any of that at work?
No.
Okay. I mean, like, what were you going to do? Like, if you, I mean, if you were at like Rosa Parks Circle and you thought somebody needed to be restrained, I mean, what were you going to do?
If I thought somebody needed to be restrained,
Yeah.
It's not a thought. Either they need to or they don't need to. If they're risking somebody else's life or property, then they would need to be restrained. It's not a thought.
Okay. So what would you have done?
Would have restrained them.
I mean, tell the jury. I mean, like, you would have got your flex cuffs out and wrestled the guy to the ground.
So there's so many nuances into that. I cannot tell you. It's not like one. It's not a cookie cutter situation.
You don't really know, do you?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's talk about how well you knew Adam Fox.
Okay.
Can you open up to Exhibit 6 there, please? Can you kind of 6 on the screen, please, Adam? Hey, Mr. Molitor, Exhibit 6 there are these different contacts that we've shown on the communications chart between you and Mr. Fox. Do you have any dispute with any of those?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Do you have any dispute with any of those?
I'm reading them right now. So far, no.
Take your
I'm
time.
going through.
No, take your
It's
time.
okay, sir, he was repeating a question for your attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You read through them and just let us know when you.
The declaration of war, that's 8/31/2020. I'm confused on that one.
What was the answer on that?
8/31/2020. I am confused on that. It says,
Declaration.
Oh,
It's okay, Mr. Molly, read through and answer.
Okay.
And then, if there are any others plus that one, that way we know the total numbers.
okay, that's it. Where's that one?
Okay. I think if you count there's a total of 30 contacts, correct?
If there's 30, there's 30.
And that's between May 31st of 2020 and October 6th of 2020, correct? And those are the that's the date range.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I mean, that's what we knew about. I mean, you probably had more contact with Mr. Fox than what we were able to document, right?
No.
You didn't have any other phone calls, no other meetings, no other conversations?
There were some phone calls, yeah.
Okay, my point is you actually had more contact with Mr. Fox than what's on exhibit number 6.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Okay. And, so how is it that you say you barely knew him on August 29th?
So from April to, what was that, June, July to October is how many months there? That's not a lot of time to get to know somebody. So I barely know this guy. He lives in Grand Rapids. We don't hang out. He's never been to my house before, except around the 29th when they came to pick me up. I've never been to his house or the Bat Shack. We don't have any mutual friends. So yeah, I barely knew him.
Okay, so this guy you barely knew, you were going to get in a car, drive an hour and a half north into a different county here in Antrim, and do surveillance with.
Yes.
I mean, was that a common thing in your life that you went out and did surveillance with people that you didn't know?
No.
Okay. Now, I think you told us yesterday your contact with Mr. Fox actually went back to March of 2020. Is that correct?
I don't remember what month you said. I just threw out March.
Okay, I think you told us that you taught him some online medical skills, and is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, he was like one of your pupils, is that right?
Pardon me?
He was like a pupil of yours. You were teaching him.
That's not correct. He was an attendee on the video.
Okay.
On the conference.
So and you were the teacher.
I taught the class, yes.
You were conveying the information to whoever showed up?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did that happen?
That was the one and only time.
Okay, and tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, were you teaching them how to care for, burns that might happen in the kitchen, or, if a child fell off a bike and hurt their arm? What kind of things were you teaching?
So the IFAC, again, it's for anything that's on the inside of you, you want to keep it in. So, your blood primarily, you want to keep that in. Anything on the outside, you want to keep it out, especially if you already have a wound. So you would teach people how to pack a wound, for example, with the combat gauze to stop bleeding. Then how to properly dress that to keep anything else out from it. Stab wounds, tension pneumothorax, which is a chest condition. That's what the needle would be for decompression. How to use an NPA, which is a nasal pharyngeal airway, to keep their airway open so they can maintain breathing. I almost said basics. To me, this is basic stuff. That's what I was teaching.
Okay. That's all combat care. Wouldn't you agree?
It's applicable to a whole bunch of stuff, but yes, in that specific context, yes.
Those are battle wounds, right?
They could be, yes.
Okay. And what else would they be if they're not battle wounds? Bullet wounds and stabbing.
And stab wounds. So penetration wounds of any kind.
Sure.
You could trip and fall and land on a stick that's pointed up.
Oh.
So you would still use the same techniques to keep your blood in from a stick as you would from a a knife.
So like if Mr. Fox was camping and he fell on a stick, yeah, he'd be able to care for himself.
He'd be able to care for himself.
Okay. Now, your original communications with him, and you remember the different exhibits we went through where the two of you were trading messages in the Facebook Messenger system. You remember that? And you said you were 110% in, and
110.
he was describing what his second Continental Army Michigan Regiment was all about. You said you were 110% in. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, yes.
Okay. That was between you and Adam on your personal Facebook pages, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I know we said that back and forth, sir.
I mean, you didn't join the Michigan Patriot 3%ers Facebook page until June 23rd. I mean, that's on the comms chart on Exhibit 6, if you want to look at it. You'd agree with that?
And you said, what's the date?
June 23rd.
23rd. I mean, I got no reason to deny that.
Okay. I mean, so you were communicating with him in as far back as May on your personal Facebook pages. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree.
Okay. Let's turn a little bit to text messages. You've offered to the jury, I think, that the reason you didn't know what Adam Fox is all about is because you didn't read the messages that were coming to you. Is that correct?
I did not read everything that came in. That is correct.
Okay. And everybody's got a copy of this, I think, 267, yeah. Mr. Molitor, I'm gonna, can I approach Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna show that to you. Just take a look at that. You read it to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Oh, I already know what this is.
Sure.
Yep.
And I'm gonna move for admission of 267. And you agree that's an authentic message?
Oh, that's 100% authentic.
You
Yes.
sent that, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. And Judge, I'd move for admission of 267, please. And I'd offer to the court that's admissible under 6132 and also 801D2.
Mr. Barnett, sorry.
No objection. No position, Your Honor. No objection.
267 would be.
Okay. May I publish that to the court, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, can we do any zooming with that, Adam? Thank you. And you'd agree with me that Mr. Molitor, the date on this is August 23 of 2020, is that correct?
8/23, 2020, correct?
And you're reaching out to Mr. Fox, right?
Yes, sir.
And why don't you read the first three sentences for us to the jury? What did you write to Mr. Fox there?
We said the first three sentences?
Actually, I'm sorry, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sentences to the end of the box.
Okay. I say, good shit. Thank you. So it looks like I will have a lot of free time for a while. No work in my near future. Also, I've been keeping tabs on everything I read. I just don't say much.
Okay. And are you talking about text messages there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, you did an interview with Mr. Van Dusen, who's in the courtroom this afternoon, correct?
I did an interview with him this afternoon.
No, I'm sorry. You know Mr. Van Dusen, who's in the courtroom this afternoon, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you did an interview with him on the 8th of January of this year, is that right?
Yes, sir. That was my birthday.
Okay, and the interview you did, I want to ask you a few questions about that. I'm going to show you Exhibit 260, please. If you could play that, and I'm going to ask you a question.
What do you think about Vietnam?
Sorry.
I'm gonna be honest, I think he's a cocksucker. I think he's a piece of shit.
Hey, Mr. Molitor, You knew Dan served in the U.S. Army honorably, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Dan called the police. I mean, you heard his testimony an hour after he saw what was going on, right?
Yes.
And he did the right thing, didn't he?
When I first heard about everything, yes, I thought he did the right thing. I do not believe that now.
Why do you think he's a cocksucker?
Well, because he helped set people up.
Okay. How did he set them up?
Well, he drove people, he paid for stuff, he did trainings. If it wasn't for him actually bringing people together and setting stuff up, the majority of people would not have gotten together to do this or even talk about stuff.
So you think it was Dan that drove this whole thing, not Adam Fox and Barry Croft?
Nope, I believe that Dan glued it all together. So there's a lot of elements out there. Dan kind of just became the magnet to draw it all in.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
Okay. Hey, can you play Exhibit 261, please, for me, and then I'll have a question for you.
So, what do you think, I've watched and I've read a little bit of, but I watched a video presentation of Governor Whitmer's victim impact statement, which was a video during the sentencing of the woman in Washington down in Jackson in December. And, she explained how this whole situation really affected her life and her family. And do you think that she has some legitimate concerns?
I think anybody who hears about stuff being plotted against them or whatever, yeah, of course that's going to be serious. And yeah, I'd be scared shitless too. You wouldn't know more on this corner's where you die, that corner's where you die. Is this person I'm talking to here to actually do you harm? I guess that would be terrifying. When you put yourself in a fucking spotlight, there's certain things that are going to come along with it. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not justifying bullshit rhetoric. But people have the right to talk. I don't need to agree with it. They have that right. I don't like it. So what? I don't make the fucking rules. Yes, she's scared, but isn't that weird? Because at first she's like, "Ooh, I'm not scared." No, nothing's gonna fucking stop me. She went right out afterwards and started door to door, fucking campaigning for Biden. She's so afraid of somebody just popping her out of the fucking blue. She's gonna go door to door for it to happen. No, she's not scared, or you are scared. Stop lying. Be a real human being. It's okay to show vulnerability. Maybe people might appreciate that. You might look more human instead of fucking a black bitch.
You didn't like Governor Whitmer, did you?
At that point, no.
Okay, I mean, do you today?
I am very indifferent. That's what least of my problems at this point.
Okay, I get it. Okay. You kind of go from one position to another in that video, don't you?
I don't understand.
You start off saying, in the front end, hey, I understand, I can see where Governor Whitmer could be terrified by what happened, you
Yes,
don't know what corner, she doesn't know what corner she's going to walk around and some guy come out and pop her. And then you talk about, at the end, you kind of shift into another mode where you're talking about, hey, she brought this thing on herself and, I think you used the word, be, what was it, genuine or trying to think of the word you used. And, be a real person, you kind of went from one to another. I mean, why does that happen?
Okay, so that's a lot. Can we break that down?
Sure. Yeah.
So the first part was, yes, the question was, would anybody be afraid? Yes, anybody would be afraid if you heard that somebody was planning to come after you. I mean, that's logical. I would be afraid of that. The second part.
Well, and then you talk about her being disingenuous, I think, is what you're.
So disingenuous, what I mean by that is when you come out and you say one thing and then you come up right back out and say the exact opposite, how can you hold both truths to be a truth at the same time? So obviously one cannot be a truth. So that's what I mean by disingenuous. Also, she was very aware of this from the get-go. They coordinated with her during this. There was at no point in time that she was in any real danger. She did not have to be afraid. She was taken care of the whole time.
Okay. All right. Can you play 262, please? And then I'll have a question for you.
What are your thoughts on the Boogaloo Boys?
Okay. What is the version of Google that we're representing here, first of all? Because it's not what the government says. It's not anarchists getting up, right? My understanding of it, and again, I guess this can come down to personal opinion or what I've heard about it, is the boogaloo would be a fight against our government. Right? That would be the boogaloo. It would be like another civil war, I guess.
So, I mean, you still agree with your explanation there, what the boogaloo is?
I don't know what you mean by agree with it. That is one interpretation of it.
I mean, well, tell us, I mean, what do you think the boogaloo is?
I don't have a version of it. The main understanding that I have is that it's a war against the government. It's a civil war. So not just the government, but any dissenting factions, I guess. There'd be this group and that group, like a civil war.
Did Adam Fox believe in the boogaloo?
I cannot testify what he has in his head.
Okay, I mean, you don't think that Adam Fox wanted to overthrow our state government?
I don't think he really wanted to, no.
Okay, you thought he was playing around?
Sitting here today, yes. After all the papers I've seen, all the evidence in my eyes, yes.
Okay, I mean, so, I mean, you thought he was surveilling the governor's residence on multiple occasions, just because it was something fun to do?
I think he was doing it because he thought he was looking up to Dan and he was trying to impress Dan.
Okay, we saw a lot of transcripts of Dan in, the recordings that, he made. You remember those?
Yes.
Yeah, during the course of his trial, right?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that when we see those transcripts, I mean, here's, Dan, a lot of times it's like, right, yeah, okay. I mean, he has pretty limited input. Would you agree with that?
I guess if you want to consider that limited, he talked a lot more than he just said yeah or uh-huh.
Okay.
That was very limited.
So this is part of your Dan made it all happen theory.
Oh, okay.
Am I correct? And am I understanding your answer correctly?
You're calling it my theory.
And that's what it's what you're offering, right?
It's what I've seen.
Okay. I mean, okay. So it was all Dan's fault.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Can you play 263, please? Then I'll ask you a question.
How do you believe someone should differentiate between like violent rhetoric compared to, just blowing off steam? How do you know whether or not someone's serious?
I'm very black and white. There's no crime until something happens. And I'm sorry that something has to happen and somebody has to get hurt in order for my opinions to matter here. But if nothing has happened, there is no victim. Once there is a victim, then the individual who did the crime needs to be dealt with.
Okay. So in your mind, someone needs to get hurt before they're a victim of terrorism.
There has to be an actual victim for there to be a victim. Yeah, something actually has to happen for there to be a victim.
Well, back in Exhibit 261, you said, I could see how Governor Whitmer would be terrorized.
Yeah, you can still be afraid of something without being a victim of it.
Okay. All right.
I'm afraid of bears. I'm not a victim of bears.
Okay. I think you told us yesterday, I mean, one of the first areas of inquiry by Mr. Barnett of you was that you really believe in our system of government, right?
The majority of it, yes, I do.
Okay. Can I have Exhibit 81, please? And six. Can you zoom in, Adam? Well, I mean, first of all, we have in the black box, that's from Mr. Croft or Last Croft. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, and he says, at this point, militia resources should not be allocated for rallies and flag waving events. Total waste of good training time with 3 exclamation marks followed by the % sign, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you said, agreed. We tried it peacefully. We tried calling, writing, emailing. When our little protest didn't work, we all met up in Virginia, and we all know how that went. No more rallies or protests. If it's time, it's time. We didn't make it this way. We were pushed and mocked, done.
Correct.
Okay, I mean, so you're kind of agreeing with Mr. Croft there. I'm not kind of, you were agreeing with Mr. Croft, right?
At that point in time, yes, I was.
Okay, and when you talked about, if it's time, it's time. That one phrase there, tell the jury what you meant by that. Were you talking about the boogaloo and kicking it off and getting after the governor?
No, I was not talking about the boogaloo or kicking it off or getting after the governor. So during this time, of course, everything that was going on, I was frustrated when I wrote this. We had tried to do a lot of things very peacefully and just to get mocked by our legislators, by our leaders. It was very hurtful, and especially being a person who tries to do things the right way every chance I get, just to be mocked by these people who are supposed to be representing us. I was very hurt. I was very upset. This is one time that I went on the internet and I spouted off. I released some steam, just like everybody does. This is the one thing they got.
Okay, but what was it? What I guess I want you to explain to the jury is in your mind when you wrote this, what was it time for?
If it's time, I see what you're getting at here. So
Yeah.
if it's time, it's time. So if the government is coming after us, that is when it is time. When they're actually coming up to your door and taking the guns out of your house, or whatever else would be unconstitutional, like far overreaching. That's what I mean. And they weren't doing that, so it wasn't time. That's if.
No, time for what though? What I'm trying to get you to explain, like what is it time for in your mind there?
That if they were coming after us, to fight back.
Okay, and fight the government, right?
To fight back against anybody who would, yeah.
Okay, I mean, you're talking about if it's time to go to war, it's time to go to war, basically. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary.
Okay, and then your last thing that you say is, we didn't make it this way, we were pushed and mocked, done.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
It kind of sounds like you've come to the conclusion there that it's time. Is that correct?
No,
Okay.
that's not correct. That's why it's caveated with if. If it's time, it's time. It's not saying it's time, it's time.
Okay.
I was upset.
Okay. You were mad, weren't you?
I was very upset, yes, I
Okay,
was.
you were mad at the governor?
At the government, not at the governor specifically.
Well, you didn't like her lockdown orders,
I
did
did
you?
not like the lockdown orders.
Okay, you thought she was overstepping, right?
I knew she was overstepping,
And
yes.
you were going to make a difference, weren't you?
That's not the way it was gonna go.
Okay. And that you just happened, so your ride on the daytime surveillance, I mean, you were tricked, you didn't know what was going on.
Correct.
And it was all big misunderstanding, right?
Yes, it was.
Can I have 264, please? Take a look at this and I'll ask you a question, Mr. Molitor.
So when you were driving down, I think it's Timberlake Drive on Birchway, and Adam handed you his phone, and you took a slow-mo video that contained Governor Whitmer's vacation home in that slow-mo video. What did you think you were doing when you did that?
Oh, I know exactly what that was. I mean, it's obviously we take a video while we drive by. I'm not stupid.
Oh, cut off before I finish what I was saying.
Oh, don't worry, he can put in whatever you want.
That's
Because remember, we turned everything over to you.
yes, sir.
Mr. Molitor.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Respond to questions and respond to questions only.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you, Judge. You knew what you were doing in that car that day, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about a little bit about Grand Rapids and Rosa Parks. Okay. Can I have Exhibit 50, please? Okay, you said you saw Adam Fox there, right?
Yes, sir.
You said you saw the Knolls there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you know, one of the things you mentioned when you testified yesterday was you can tell Antifa because they always wear black, right?
They stand out.
Okay, and that's what you said. One of the things that you said was, you can tell because they wear black, right? They always wear a lot of
I
black.
believe that was Lane that actually said that, but I would agree.
Okay, I mean, the Null brothers, I mean, they kind of stood out too in their own way, didn't they?
It's black is not the only identifying marker.
Well, that wasn't my question. The Null brothers kind of stand out in their own way too, don't they?
They do stand out. They're very big gentlemen.
Yeah, and when you saw them, were they always armed?
Not always, no.
Or where did you see them where they weren't?
There was that 3-day camping trip with Lane.
Oh, okay. besides that, was there ever a time you ever saw them, they weren't kitted up?
No.
Okay, were they always together?
Yes, when I saw them, yes.
Okay, okay. What made you think the police needed your support there on May 18th, 2020 at Rosa Parks?
Just watching everything that was happening around the country where police were being overrun. They're actually being told to stand down because they didn't have the manpower. So we decided to go help.
Okay, and can I have Exhibit 46, please, Adam? 16, please.
Which page?
I think it's, I have, let me have page 1, please. I think I got a 6 where I wanted a parentheses. Next page. And for the record, this is Exhibit 46. Yeah, that one. Thank you. Hey, were you there at the Capitol on April 30th, Mr. Molitor?
I can't remember. I want to say no, the 30th.
Yeah, that's where, people went in the Capitol. They're all geared up the way you see here. There's a lot of, you heard Lieutenant Green talk about standing in the line in front of the House chambers and people are saying, fuck the government. And you don't remember that?
No, I do remember from watching it, yes. I was not there. I did not go inside the building.
Were you there on the grounds?
That, like I said, I don't remember going to that. I'm going to say no, that I wasn't there.
Okay. I mean, but there's the Nulls again together, right?
It would appear so, yeah.
Dressed all in black again, right? They weren't part of Antifa, were they?
No.
Okay. Okay, I think you told us yesterday, I mean, you're a 2A guy, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, God bless. Okay, so you came from family of hunters, right?
Hunters and military, yes.
And veterans, right?
Yes.
Okay, and your kids were home when you left on April 29th, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so you left your kids at home after you smoked some weed, drank some moonshine, grabbed your sidearm, and went off to do the daytime surveillance, right?
Hold on a second.
Take your time.
No, my kids were not there.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, now, you talked about, you thought, it was a big misunderstanding. You thought you were going to come and surveil places for Antifa, right?
Yes.
Okay. Had anybody asked you to go do that?
Adam, well, he asked me to go on a ride. Nobody explicitly said anything, no.
Well, I think Adam said we're going to do some surveillance in a high-profile vacation house,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay, and you took that to mean we're going to go look for Antifa.
A possible place that they could be holding up or a place that we would have to be looking at just in case they were going to do damage to it.
Adam never told you that.
He did not, no.
Okay, this is what this is your explanation for the jury of how you wound up in the vehicle with Dan and Adam Fox, and it was all a big misunderstanding, right?
That is my explanation how I ended up in that vehicle with everything else that I had going on at that time. Yes, my mindset was that we're going to do good guy stuff.
Okay, and had you ever been to Antrim County in your life?
I have never been to Antrim County.
Okay, I mean, now, what made you think that in August of 2020, Antifa was about and moving around Antrim County?
Okay, so around this time, like I said, I started my own civil defense force in Cadillac. Me and my friend Kelsey, Kelsey did the majority of the talking to some people in Traverse City about setting up. They were asking, how did you set yours up? How do we do it? So they were in contact with Kelsey over that. Because Traverse is very close to this area, and we had heard about the Antifa and BLM protests and riots coming up this way. Again, my mindset at that time was doing good guy stuff. It was very close to Traverse City. It had to do with looking at a residence or a place that somebody could hold up. So it was pretty easy for me to draw those connections.
Okay, so you thought Antifa was working in Bel Air?
They could be anywhere, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the invite you got a little bit. Can I have 126, please, Adam? Exhibit 126. And can you give me some zoom on the on the left side. Yeah, why don't you do that? That's fine. Okay, I mean, you agree with me that the invite, nowhere does Mr. Fox talk about Antifa.
Nowhere.
And, you know, okay, so.
Or Governor Whitmer.
Okay, and you talk about and if you can drop down, you were invited to go do recon on a Saturday, right?
Correct.
I mean, is recon something you do a lot of, Mr. Molitor?
Around that time, yes.
Really? Like,
I was
how
doing
often would you do that?
Oh, it was a weekend thing.
So you do it on weekends?
It was a weekend thing.
Okay, so why don't we drop down and I'm gonna show what you said there. Okay, you asked, you got a place in mind? I'm dropping the kids off. You go on. Already planned on scoping out hotels and motels for some stuff I heard about. Our Cadillac crew, now Cadillac's not near Bel Air or Antrim County, right?
It is not.
It's an hour and a half south of here, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and we got, you talk about our Cadillac crew and has us in surrounding areas under watch. So that's badass.
Yes.
Okay, that has nothing to do with Antrim County, right?
That has nothing to do with Antrim County.
Okay, we got a lot of good people in Michigan, dude. But anyways, where's this ride you want to take? It sounds like you go from kind of Cadillac to like, where are we going to go, right?
Why did you reference Cadillac in that? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, because you do. You say our Cadillac crew has us in surrounding areas under watch. So that's badass. And then you go to at the last thing is a question that you ask. But anyways, where's this ride you want to take, right?
Can I clarify if you're under the assumption that R and us has Adam involved in that?
No.
Okay, cool.
And you're talking about you and your crew down in Cadillac.
Yes,
Yeah.
the Civil Defense Force in Cadillac.
And then, so you're telling Adam in that part of the message what you're doing in Cadillac, right?
Correct.
I mean, so you're not talking about like, well, I think Antifa's in Bel Air, right?
Did I think that?
No, yeah, you're not saying that in the message there, right?
I'm not saying that. No.
Yeah, okay, then, and then you ask a question. But anyways, where's this ride you want to take, right?
Correct.
It's a question, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then if I can have the box, please, Adam. And then we're going to do recon on a high-profile vacation house. And, so you think that means Antifa to you?
That they could be holding up somewhere besides the hotels and motels that I was understanding that they were trying to hold up in, yes.
Okay, and you thought Adam Fox knew where Antifa was hiding in Antrim County?
It could have been.
Okay. Okay, can I have the box on the next side there? Talks about OPSEC reasons, cash for food, low profile, no trail of our existence there. And that's what Adam is telling you, that is kind of the rules for the surveillance, right?
Yes.
Why would that need to all be done if you're looking for Antifa?
Okay. Would you want Antifa to know that you're out looking for them or trying to protect a place that they might possibly try to do damage to? So OPSEC, operational security, would be to maintain a low profile. That would make sense.
Well, if you use your debit card at the Red Bull Oasis Tavern, how's Antifa going to know about that?
So that's something Adam said, not me. And again, I'm not in control of what Adam Fox says or does.
Okay, can I have the next page, please? Okay, we see there in the box. He's talking about have 3 locations, have intel on 3 already. We're knocking out 1 and 2 tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can I move to the next page, please? And this is what I'm looking for, that box right there. Oh, thank you. Okay, and this is your response that follows. If I'm understanding correctly, locale number 1 is Lansing. And what did that mean to you, the governor's residence in Lansing?
It didn't mean anything to me.
Okay, you just used number 1 in Lansing, just willy-nilly?
Yes, because it said Lansing on the map.
Okay,
So I understood it to be Lansing.
go back to the page before, Adam, please. Give me the map in larger detail. I'm sorry, forward 2 pages now, map in larger detail. This is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Using it on the map.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, he said in Lansing at 10.
Okay, and there's no numbers on there, right?
Oh, that is correct.
Okay, so, I mean, really what I'm getting at here, Mr. Molitor, is you knew the 1, 2, 3 locations. The 1 is Lansing, 2 is Bel Air, 3 is Mackinac, correct?
Based on this,
Yes.
And you knew it back then when you got this message, didn't you?
When I got the map and the map showed me Lansing, Bel Air, and whatnot, yes.
There's no message about Mackinac, though, is there?
No.
Okay, so how did you know the 1, 2, 3 and what it meant?
Can you go back to it, please?
Sure, and go back to anything you want. What do you want?
whatever you're talking about.
What I'm trying to get you to tell the jury is when you were getting this invite to go on surveillance, it appears that you knew what the location 1, location 2, and location 3 meant with Adam Fox's plan to attack the governor. 1 was Lansing, 2 was Bel Air, 3 was Mackinac. How did you learn that?
Okay, I did not know that had anything to do with attacking the governor.
What did you think it meant then?
This was still in my head. It could have been Antifa and or BLM holding up and the high profile vacation house.
Okay, we'll move on. Going back to staying with the daytime surveillance, you talked about, you kind of had a progression, I think.
I'm sorry.
I think you had a progression yesterday. I mean, you told us that, first, you thought he was joking and then you realized, gosh, he's planning this terrorist attack. You got, deathly afraid, right? You just want to get back to your kids. Okay. And then you told us that you felt like the plan wasn't fully developed, right?
At all.
Okay. Isn't surveillance part of developing a plan?
It would be part of developing a plan, yes.
Okay. And if you help a terrorist develop his plan, I mean, you understand that's a criminal act in Michigan, right?
If you help somebody do that with intent, yes.
Okay. And then you talked about, I think we saw in the exhibit 264, you said you knew exactly what you were doing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you talked about, I think you gave us a reason why you continued to stay with Adam Fox. And didn't you tell us that you were looking for steroids?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. And that you wanted free training, you were looking for more free training, right?
Oh, training, yes.
Okay, so this guy who scared you to death, or not to death, but he scared you deeply. I mean, I saw your emotions yesterday. You were willing to keep going back to him because you thought you could get steroids and some free training, right?
After I wasn't afraid of him anymore, yes.
Okay, and so that progression again is, you thought he was joking, right? First,
yes. Then
you got really scared.
Oh, yes.
And you went to the Red Bull, right? Smoke some weed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when is that what you do when you're really scared? I mean, you sit out in the parking lot of a restaurant, get high.
I would have gotten high at any time at that point, but no, you do act how you feel you need to act to maintain them feeling cool with you.
Okay,
that's what I did.
They never threatened you that day, did they?
No, sir, they did not.
They didn't do anything to make you. They were not aggressive in any way, were they?
Not towards me, no.
Okay, who were they aggressive toward?
I would say aggressive maneuvers trying to find a governor's place for extraction. That's pretty aggressive.
Okay, and you went over to Lake Michigan there that day, didn't you?
I remember going to the Torch Lake thing, to the boat launch. I don't remember ever going to Lake Michigan.
Okay, you never went, you know, don't worry about it. Okay. I mean, you're with them like over 5 hours that day, right?
It's around 5 hours, yes.
And it's not like a 15-minute, you know, drive around the neighborhood thing.
No, sir.
Okay. Hey, let's talk about out-of-towners.
About what?
Out-of-towners, I think is the
Out-of-towners.
word you used. You're an out-of-towner, aren't you, from here?
Oh, yes,
And-
yes.
I mean, right, okay. And you were gonna talk about, I think you talked about how out-of-towners stand out, and that was gonna help you to identify Antifa in Bel Air or Antrim County, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have Exhibit 213, please, page 4? And Mr. Molitor, just to orient you, this is an exchange between you and Dan. Give me just a minute to catch up. Oh, the 213, Mr. Barnett.
Sorry, I'm standing up. I just can't.
No worries, no worries. Okay. Hey, Mr. Molitor, you were communicating with Dan on Threema, correct?
Correct.
And you were doing that in October, right before your arrest, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And Threema is one of those encrypted things that makes it harder for like the government to know what you're talking about, right?
Guess so.
Okay. I mean, you agree or disagree with that statement?
If that's an encrypted chat, then yes, that would be.
Okay. And on page 4 of this exhibit, and this again is 213, if you want to look at it in your book there.
I know what you're
it's-
talking about.
It's up there, okay. Can you zoom in on this portion, Adam? Right there, that box, I guess, yeah. Or the whole white area that would include the boxed content. You talk about on there, I know you're not looking at it, so I'll just read it for you. You're talking about on October the 1st, this is 6 days before your arrest, right?
Correct.
And a few weeks after the Luther FTX, right?
2 weeks after, I believe, yes.
Okay. And you talk about holidays are best for traveling because of out of area / state people are expected. And what you're talking about there is like, that's a good time to go do surveillance or the attack, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're talking about that's, you know, we can come up here and fit right in because there's a whole bunch of tourists. I mean, because we're out of towners too, right?
That would be what I meant, yes.
Okay. Okay. You agree that helping a terrorist is a bad thing?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously someone who helps a terrorist, knowing they're going to commit a terrorist act, I mean, that's a violation of our law. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Well, didn't you help Mr. Fox when you took the video?
Okay, not with the intent to help him out, no.
Okay.
Yes, I took the video.
Didn't you help him just by being with him that day, part of his crew, armed with a gun?
You mean in the truck, sir?
Yeah.
The truck I got duped into? No, I did not help him out that day.
Okay, I mean, but didn't your presence help him out? I mean, weren't you like, I hate to call it being a force multiplier, when you add a person into a group, doesn't that group become a more powerful, more, more powerful adversary?
I know what you're trying to say, but I was not a part of the group anyway, so I was not a force multiplier for them.
Well, you were in the truck with him, right?
I sure was.
Okay, and you were in the truck with him when you drove by the Elk Rapids Police Department, right?
For everything up here, yes, sir.
Okay. You suggested looking at where the local police departments were and state police posts, didn't you?
Yep, I got brought up.
Okay. Hey, let's talk about Luther a little bit. September 12th and 13th, and did you support what Adam Fox was doing at Luther?
What was he doing at Luther?
Well, you were there, sir.
So my assumption was that it was just a regular FTX, and so yes, I would support that.
What's a regular FTX to you?
One that does not have to do with kidnapping a governor.
Okay. And you've tried to normalize this FTX activity, right?
Yes.
I mean, because you think it's just normal everyday things, right?
It's very normal.
Okay. And did you act as a medic there?
On my own.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I mean, and let's kind of talk about that for a little bit.
Okay.
You told us that you weren't part of Adam Fox's group or his army, right?
That's correct.
Okay, even though you said you were 110% in, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you said you weren't his medic, right?
that's correct.
Yet there you are at Luther both days, right?
Yes,
You got the kids that weekend, right?
yes,
Okay, they're back at home with your mom.
yes,
Okay, and you provided your RF to them there, right?
that's correct.
And you acted as a medic that weekend.
I stood just in case somebody needed help. Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, and you told us that you said that what other people do has nothing to do with you, right?
That's true.
Okay. Well, what's the difference between you giving Mr. Fox the RF detector and he uses it, or you use it to
That
wand
wouldn't have
other
been
people?
what I meant. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I mean, what's the difference between you giving Fox the RF detector for him to use, or you use it to wand other people?
I guess there would be, in my head, there would have been no difference at that point in time.
I mean, Fox was wanding people, right?
Yes, it was.
And you've told us, I think, yesterday that you turned off the RF detector and you put it in your pocket,
I put it
right?
in my pocket when he asked me to go around and wand people. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hey, after your arrest, you agreed to an interview, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's after you were advised of your Miranda rights, correct?
That's correct.
And you agreed to make a statement, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
answer some questions.
Yes.
You were treated fairly then, is that a fair summary?
I mean, yeah, they were decent.
They didn't threaten you or beat you or hold back food and water or not let you sleep.
They did not torture me. No.
I mean, you made a statement within hours of being arrested. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna, Have you heard proposed exhibit 270?
I'm pretty sure I have, yes.
Okay, and you've listened to the interview of you after your arrest, is that correct?
No, I have not.
Okay, in terms of listening to exhibit 270, proposed exhibit 270, during your interview after you were arrested, are you familiar with what that is?
My interview, yes.
Okay, I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 270, please, Judge.
Mr. Burnett?
I'll object as to comment. Give me a second. I'm gonna object this on this context. No objection.
Okay. Mr. Murphy?
We take no position.
Mr. Sapp?
No position.
270 will be.
Thank you. And we're going to play that now, okay?
Okay.
It's just audio, is all it is, yeah.
So remind me, Adam was walking around reminding people, I did have it in my pocket at one point because he told me he wanted me to walk around and check people. I was like, dude, it was so obvious walking with the waiter. Like, I don't care how you do it. I ended up putting it in my pocket and just standing, like walking by people. But while standing in, like, the first day was the medical tent. That's when he wanted me to blind people. I said, safety, like, medical tent. I was not literally walking around waving. I do have an RF detector, yes. I was not waving people down with it. He was physically walking around waving people down. And he got a guy with a phone. He's like, why do you have your phone? But yeah, I was not waving anybody down.
It sounds like you put it in your pocket and it was still turned on when during your arrest interview.
No.
No?
Why would it be on in the pocket?
I asked the question.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry.
There you go. Okay, so you're telling the jury that what you said there, you had in your, it sounded like, let's play it just one more time, yeah.
If we could check. You would
Is
ask the question to see.
It'll be overruled for the reason that there's an apparent discrepancy in some of the language and we need to clear that up.
So the winding thing, Adam was walking around winding people. I did have it in my pocket at one point because he told me he wanted me to walk around and check people. I was like, dude, it was so obvious was walking in the waiter. He's like, I don't care how you do it. I ended up putting it in my pocket and just standing, like walking by people. But while standing in, like, the first day was the medical tent. That's when he wanted me to blind people. I said, like a medical tent. I was not literally walking around waving. I do have an RF detector, yeah. I was not waving people down with it. He was physically walking around waving people down. He got a guy with a phone. He's like, why do you have your phone? But yeah, I was not waving anybody down.
It sounds like in your post-arrest interview, you were telling them, I wasn't comfortable walking around wanding people, so I put it in my pocket.
That's correct.
Okay, but it sounded impliedly then it's turned on.
No.
Okay.
I think the misunderstanding is that I said I walked by people and went and stood by the tent.
Yeah, it's another big
I
misunderstanding.
walked by
Is that-
Could he finish this up?
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and finish this,
I'm
Ron.
okay.
Okay, this is just another misunderstanding.
Objection, Your Honor. Arguments.
Okay, I'll move on. You're familiar with proposed exhibit 271,
Yes, sir.
okay? And it's a portion of your interview after your arrest, right?
Yes, sir.
And it talks about why Adam needed the RF detector, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm gonna move for admission of 271, please.
Mr. Burnett?
This last context, Your Honor, we object to this clip.
Okay. And the court has reviewed the mechanism for potentially dealing with that. We can get to later if necessary. Mr. Nunn,
No position.
Mr. Sack?
We'd support.
271 will be.
Thank you. And if you could play that, please, Adam.
So what was the purpose of doing the RF detector on them?
I was showing it off, and they asked me to bring it. They wanted to make sure people didn't have their phones, that they weren't bugged, that vehicles didn't have any bugs on them, shit like that.
Who would be bugging?
Well,
Antifa?
no.
Huh?
Antifa would
Black
not
Lives
be,
Matter?
No, they would not be bugging.
Well, who would be bugging?
So that would be government.
Yeah,
In militias, there's a lot of paranoia about government interference.
okay. So that's why you gave Adam Fox the RF detector, right?
Oh, no, I was gonna take it anyways. I wanted to show it off.
Okay. All right. You're familiar with proposed exhibit 272. It's a portion of your post-arrest interview and talking about kidnapping and citizen's arrest.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Move for admission. And that's an accurate clip. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Move for admission of 272, please.
Mr. Barnett,
Context is fine on this one, we have no objection.
Mr. Null,
No position.
Mr. Sapp,
No position.
272 will be.
But no, I did not see anybody else in there. I mean, people run their mouth, but Adam being to me, the sole agitator or aggressor of that. Talking about, because after that, the Supreme Court thing, then he was like, well, what about citizen's arrest? So he changed it from, the words of kidnapping to citizen's arrest. But same thing. I did not witness other people pushing it.
Hey, earlier, Mr. Molitor, you said Dan was the guy that made this all happen, right?
He brought the stuff together, yes. He brought the elements together.
Well, right there, you were talking about how Adam's the aggressor, right? Hey, how do those two things fit?
Because more than one person can be an agitator or an aggressor.
But in terms of this environment with like who's going to go after the governor, I think earlier you told us that you felt like Dan was the guy that was pushing the whole thing. And there you're talking about Adam being the aggressor. So aren't those things kind of in disagreement with each other?
No, sir. You're taking two different things that I said and putting them together. So what I said about Dan was after I've learned everything. He put the elements together as an informant for the FBI. Adam would have been the aggressor like throughout the thing. He was the one always talking. So two separate times, sir.
You agree with me that Adam wasn't shy about sharing his vision.
He wasn't shy about anything. If it was in his head, it was out of his mouth.
Right. And
the way it seemed.
Yet, even though you knew him since March, when you got in the car on the 29th, you had no idea what he was doing, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And whether he's calling it kidnapping or citizen's arrest, they're both the same in your mind. I think that's what you said there.
I was just going to say that to me, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Proposed exhibit 273, part of your post-arrest interview where you're talking about why you didn't call the police. You've heard that clip, correct?
Yes, sir.
An accurate portrayal of what you said that day?
Part of it, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there part of that clip that you disagree with?
Oh. If there was, we will try to cover that.
I mean, and you can put in more if you want, and I
Yes,
understand that, and Mr. Barnett's allowed to do that. But I mean, in terms of the 273 proposed exhibit, do you agree it's accurate as to what you said during the interview?
Yes.
Okay, move for admission of proposed exhibit 273, please.
We object to the lack of proper context.
Mr. Null,
You take no position.
Mr. Sapp.
Support.
273 will be admitted if there's context issues, a different mechanism for a party.
You're in to call us.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
Because if it's just this guy being fucking stupid, like I don't want somebody, because I've heard so many people talk so much shit. I've heard people talk about, blowing this up or, we need to go do this, we need to do that. You hear it all the time.
So you just thought Adam was just blowing smoke. I think your words were that he was talking shit.
After the ride, yes, it was more along those lines.
Okay, and so after the ride, did you try to recruit anybody for him?
Not after the ride.
Okay. Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 275?
Yes, I am.
And that's a portion of your interview after your arrest.
Yes, sir.
And is that an accurate? Is that clip accurate as to what you said there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you go move for admission of proposed exhibit 275, please?
objection. 271?
275.
Context is fine, Your Honor. No objection.
Mr. Nazir?
You take no position.
Mr. Stein?
No position.
275 will be.
While you were there, so in this group with Adam, did he give you any sort of, other responsibilities? I know you said you're the EMT, right? You just got out of the EMT training, you were up in medic.
It was unofficial, yeah.
Okay. Did he give you any other sort of like responsibilities or duties or?
No,
anything like that?
he kept trying to make me lieutenant in the group, wanted me to handle recruiting and stuff like that.
So coming from Adam, he was like, hey, I want you all on lieutenant.
He wanted me to, but yeah, I wanted to join.
Okay. And that part of that duty was in the help you recruit.
Would have been primarily recruiting.
Did you like help them at all recruit?
I wanted to get my cousin into the group because of his experience and stuff. I believe I mentioned a couple. I may have mentioned a couple of guys from Grand Rapids from when they said they wanted to do some guys, but
So,
that was just like, I think my cousin, my buddy Trevor.
talk about your cousin, your buddy Trevor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you thought Adam was talking shit, like you said, what are you recruiting for?
So,
What are you gonna bring guys into what? I mean, what are they gonna do?
okay, so when I first talked to Adam about my cousin or about Trevor, this was before the ride, so I had no idea that this was the way this guy was thinking or talking. I heard about a militia, which I'm totally cool with, and I wanted to get my friends in and my cousin in, look up to my cousin, and it would have been nice to run in a group with him.
You tried to recruit your cousin as late as October, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, and that's not like before the ride.
No, that's after the ride.
Okay. And you weren't gonna tell your cousin the full story up front.
I wasn't going to tell him anything.
So you're gonna try to recruit somebody, but you're gonna hide the real mission of what the group was about.
Yep.
Tell the jury why. Why would you do that? Why would you hide that from your family?
All right. So when Dan got a hold of me on October 1st, he had asked me about my cousin again, and I talked to him a little bit about it. He said, would he be okay with this? And I said, no. And I thought about it. I was like, crap, I want to stay in contact. I might not want to piss these guys off and make them think that I can't, be a guy for them. So, hold on a second.
Take your time.
Yep. So I talked to him about getting my cousin in. I told him I'd talk to him, of course. And then if he would have talked to him, my cousin would have came to me and said so. So that would have been more proof to go to the cops.
It was all part of your plan to build the case, right?
That was one of the 3 points, yes.
Okay, all right. Hey, you're familiar with proposed exhibit 276, portion of your post-arrest interview where you're talking
Yes.
about your cousin Brian?
That's what I'm talking about right now, yes.
Yeah, you're familiar with that clip?
Yes,
And that clip is accurate as to what you said during the interview?
yes.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 276, please.
You object, Your Honor, it's out of context.
Mr. Nazir?
You take no position.
Mr. Stein?
No position.
276 will be admitted.
I just asked him a couple times to get hold of my cousin Brian. Brian had no knowledge of anything. Obviously, I wasn't talking about it's not something I wanted to do. Associated with. So nobody else knew about that stuff. But yeah, and I told her it's a group of patriots that are with us or that.
Okay, so you weren't going to tell your cousin what the real goal was, right?
I wasn't going to tell him what Adam was talking about. That's correct.
Well, what is it? Tell the jury what you weren't going to tell your cousin Brian.
So I wasn't going to tell my cousin Brian anything about what Adam was talking about. Adam was not the only person. So Adam had talked about a group. The only people that I had met that was talking crazy was Adam, and Dan was a part of that. So after a month, after the ride, I didn't hear anything until Dan got a hold of me a month later. So I had no reason to think anything else was going on, really.
Hey, do you think you contributed to Adam Fox's group in some way?
No.
Okay. You're familiar with proposed exhibit 278. It's a portion of your post-arrest interview.
I am.
Okay, and it's an accurate, I mean, what's, the words that are in there are accurate in terms of what you stated, correct?
Yes, sir.
Move for admission of 278, please.
Mr. Burnett,
Objection due to context issues.
Mr. Nugget,
No position.
Mr. Sauer.
No position.
278 will be.
Thank you. Go ahead, Adam.
Going back to the ideas that you're contributing to the group, do you recognize that that actually could have been helping them?
Looking back on it in this context, yes, then, no.
And so after you had time to think about it, you realized you were contributing, right?
No.
Okay.
Judge,
Oh, break then? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's about 4 o'clock. Let's take a good 10-minute break. We're going to answer this restroom and refill any coffee. Okay, the jury's out of the courtroom. Everyone can be seated. We'll be in a break until 10 after.
Thank you, Judge. Adam, is 273 in or 273 in? Say it again? Yep, okay.
right, let's go back on the record.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's the TV.
Oh,
They lost their mic.
oh, I'm sorry. Jeez. What did I do? No, that's my plug.
Okay. Somebody's lost them.
Mr. Wilson, you need to wield that back a little bit, and that's fine.
Good, thank you.
Okay, everyone, you can see it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're always from the office. We're all from the
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple more questions here. Hey, Mr. Molitor, at the Luther FTX on Sunday, September 13th, there was an explosive device set off. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you heard it.
Yes.
What do you know about it?
I don't know anything except for what's in the reports about it. It's about the size of a monster can. It had tape around it and pennies.
Did you see that?
I saw the can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, before it blew up, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see the silhouettes around that were placed around it to see what the shrapnel would do?
Nope. I never went over the hill.
Fair enough. Okay. And did anybody that weekend refer to that as, you heard Mr. Barnett call it fireworks, right?
No, that's my word for it, yes.
Okay. I mean, it was an explosive device, shrapnel, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it wasn't some firework for like on 4th of July.
I think it was a firework that was wrapped with tape, sir.
Okay. But when we add shrapnel to an explosive device, doesn't it become a bomb?
If that's the definition.
Okay. You said you were very upset about the police coming to your house with a search warrant, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, a judge signed that search warrant and authorized them to do that. They didn't just do that on their own, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you testified yesterday you were very unhappy with that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I mean, do you think they would have come to your house if you had called the police on August 29th? Told them what you knew?
No.
Okay. I mean, the reason they were there is because of your own actions. Would you agree?
Because what they think my actions said, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Molitor. No further questions.
Mr. Barnett, have you read it?
Yes, Your Honor. Molitor, sorry. Did I get it right?
Yes.
Had
Second
three-
time.
3 years.
What's that?
I've had 3 years. I know, I didn't ask you, but you are using some lifesavers from time to time. Is it a reason for that?
Icebreakers. Yeah, it keeps the saliva going, so I don't have to keep sitting here drinking water and have to use the bathroom all the time. It runs right through me.
Okay. So you had a gun on you that day, the 29th,
Of course. Yes.
and that's because why?
I always carried.
Did you have a plan to use the gun that day?
No.
Do you have a plan to use the gun any day?
No.
You indicated you wanted to backtrack on the fear, something about fear, the fear level, and the prosecution asked, just moved on without going to that. Do you want to elaborate at this point what you were looking to either correct or otherwise?
Just about where my level of fear was at. I feel like I touched on it already, but yeah, pretty much I wasn't afraid of Adam when I first got in the truck. Then when we got up here and I found everything out, that's when fear for my life happened. Then throughout the ride, my fear level went down just based on everything that I saw and heard.
And within that was the
phone handed to you, barricade, take a video for me.
Yes,
Did you hit it, the slow motion part?
yes, I did.
Who set it up for that?
Adam set the phone up and
Who's-
handed it to me.
His phone?
Yes,
So you started out thinking this was a joke.
yes,
You had great fear
yes.
and then reduced fear.
Oh, yes. And that's why I ended up going back to the FTX, because I was not afraid for my life at that point.
You were just cross-examined and accused of using your RF device at Luther.
Correct.
And did you go buy any cars or any bugs or anything like that?
I didn't find any bugs, no.
Okay. He has asked you if you put it in your pocket and
Yes, sir.
went on with your day.
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, I put it in my pocket, and then, like it says on the audio, I walked over to the tent, stood there.
Okay. Who was watching you when you did that?
I have no idea who was watching me.
You talked about restraints, and those are something you have in your equipment.
Yes, sir.
And I think they're thinking you've declared war against somebody when you said if it's time, it's time.
If that's what they think that means,
Let
yes.
me ask you this, what was in Virginia? You said we went to, who's we and what's Virginia?
I did not actually go by we, I just meant the collective, the group, like-minded individuals went to Virginia. I actually just sitting here today, I could not tell you what that was even about. It actually was pretty big, but again, that's the least of my concerns at this point.
Okay. You said a bad thing about Dan, did you not?
I did.
And your first thoughts when you were reading your reports and seeing what Dan did, what were you thinking?
When I first saw the reports and saw how Dan, in my opinion, how Dan had set everybody together and helped set things up, it made me very upset. Because without him promoting this stuff amongst these guys, they would not have gotten together. They wouldn't have had the rides to go places and funding to do things that happened. So I was very upset at that.
How about when he came forward down in Eastern Michigan, we'll say, he came forward, talked to a city policeman, and had some concerns about law enforcement getting hurt, legislators, the Capitol, whatever. I think was maybe just the first two at that time. What were your thoughts about Dan doing that?
Oh man, well, when I first heard that part, yeah, I mean, I probably would have went into if he heard about a whole group making plans, talking amongst each other, that would have been actionable. I mean, he even had proof. He was able to take a phone in with text and everything.
So what did you think about him at that time?
Reading this, I guess at that point before I started getting into the paperwork, I thought that was pretty good of him to do, Stop people trying to do bad things.
So you had a good opinion with him to start with?
Pardon me?
You had a good opinion of him to start with?
He was very just stoic, very quiet, yeah.
Military?
Oh, yes.
So was there any other reason as you, your state of mind relative to calling him a bad name? Any other reasons that were known to you about Dan that made you feel, besides he set everybody up and put the threats together, whatever?
Nothing I can think of right now, no.
Okay. You were talked to about a new exhibit today.
I'm sorry.
You recall this exhibit here?
Yes.
It says that you read, there's a little box there, and it reads, you're talking to Adam. Do you remember when this was?
I don't remember when it was, no.
8:23?
Okay.
Before the ride? Also, I've been keeping tabs on everything I read. I just don't say much.
Yes, sir, that was after the ride, I'm sorry.
Okay, it does say 8:23 though.
Yes.
Okay, that would be before the ride by 6 days, would it not?
8:23, no, I believe the ride was 7:23
Okay, 7:23 would be.
or 7:29.
I've got fuzzy math too sometimes.
Yeah.
7:23 would be July 23rd.
7:29. That was my bad. Yes.
Okay, so 8:29 is August 29th.
Okay.
Now, can we talk about 8:23?
Yes.
What month and what day is that?
It's August 23rd.
Okay, and you are telling Adam that you are what?
It says I'm just going to read the box because that's what we've been instructed, I believe. Also, I've been keeping tabs on everything I read. I just don't say much.
Okay, what are you referring to there?
So Adam was going through a hard time with Amanda at that time, and so that's what I meant by that. I've been keeping tabs on That's everything that he was saying. I don't say much. That's just true. But then I continue to say, I'm sorry you're going through the shit you're going through. Shit is never easy. You seem to be keeping it together fairly well, though. Proud of you for that. I know what it's like, and it ain't always easy. I saw your picture of leg press machine with over 1,000 pounds on it. I was talking to another human being who was going through a hard time.
Separation,
Yes.
and that's some of the evidence, they were on again, off again, right?
Yes.
And they were off again at this point?
I believe so, yes. He was, I believe he was talking to Dan about it, and that's when I saw that.
All right, there's an exhibit talked about here about holidays are best for traveling out of state, right?
Correct.
You were talking to
Dan.
on October 1st,
Yes.
basically a month after, and a couple days after the ride to
That is correct.
Elk Rapids. And you're saying those things to him for what purpose?
So after a month of not hearing anything, he gets a hold of me and he starts asking me questions about it. So I pushed a little harder than I normally would have. I said things I normally wouldn't have, trying to get more response out of him and see if there was more plans, how serious this was, more people involved, just trying to get any information I could out of him.
You indicated, I think you voted for the governor, and
Miss Nestle, yes.
and that was in
What was
18.
it, 16?
Let's go with 018.
Okay.
Why did you vote for them?
I wanted to see, there was two powerful women. I was curious what they were going to be capable of doing. And Governor Whitmer was also willing to put pot on the ballot.
Okay, so you had reasons to support them,
Yes.
and you did that through the political process.
Yes.
All right, and you mentioned you felt she was notified about this whole undercover thing the entire time?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay, we had some issues last week. We had a video play, right, on a Tuesday afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And those came from, just to point out, the guys in the gallery today, Eric Van Dusen. And those were my exhibits, IT Today, KT, and LT. Those are transcripts of expanded clips of those exhibits. Would you
Yes.
agree? One was, hey, so when you're driving down Timber Lake, the other one starts out about the Boogaloo Boys. And I think that's all that came in today. So I'll leave so they've all did. So I'd like to have you, may I approach the witness?
Are you intending to have him read those?
I'm considering it.
Okay, well, that would be cumulative. They're admitted as exhibits and stand for what they are. The jury can review that if they so choose. So the court won't allow that.
Okay. And could I play the tapes, Your Honor, if I'm able to locate them?
Is it to reference something?
I just want to, they've done it, they've
I
played.
mean, if your concern is what happened on cross-examination, if you're referring to the clips that are associated with those, the Attorney General's office, Mr. Wilson, played a clip and then asked a question following it.
Right.
Though the audio clips that you supplied pursuant to MRA 106 have been admitted as exhibits to provide context as you have indicated. So those are available if the finder of fact determines that they need to listen. They're not going to just keep playing exhibits over and over again.
My point, I thought out of fairness that I should be playing or having him read the rest of the messages so the juries can hear that with the same MRE in mind and to meet the corporal.
It is fair.
Evidence
He was asked a question by a party, and then after relative to an exhibit that was specifically played for that purpose, those have been admitted so that they are part of the record and can be considered as what you consider all its context and fairness. So they have been admitted for that purpose. They don't need to be played for no specific reason.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Eric, would you, you recall those tapes were longer than what was cut off, right?
That is true.
The expanded tapes you're comfortable with provide the context that you think should happen in this situation?
I do.
And we've received some tapes as well today, have we not, from the prosecution?
Yes, we did.
And have you, I guess I would move at this time to enter the expanded tapes and have them played for the jury at this time, Your Honor, pursuant to MRE. I was considering asking to have it contemporaneous to them, but I waited. I think this would be a good time since the last time it was a Tuesday afternoon and they left without hearing the entire context. I wondered if I could play 271, extended clip, 276, extended clip, 278, extended clip, and 273.
So 271, 273, 276, and 278 were admitted under cross-examination by the Attorney General's office.
I apologize.
The way that I understood your statement is that you're seeking to admit exhibits that would be associated to each one of those pursuant to MRE 106 to provide under non-contract. Is that correct?
They would be, and they'd have not numbers on them. They would be.
If the associated file with 271, I believe, would be defendant Molitor's exhibit W as in whiskey.
Yes.
For 273, I believe it would be defendant Molitor's exhibit X as in X-ray. For 276, it would be defendant Molitor's exhibit Y as in Yankee. And for 278, it would be exhibit Z as in Zulu. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you're seeking the admission of those at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And I believe the Attorney General's list of the plate paper was provided yesterday after direct examination. Is that correct, Mr. Ralston?
All correct, Judge.
And the parties did all have a chance to review those. Is that correct? Mr. Burnett, let me start with you.
Yes, I did. I made it happen.
Mr. Simon.
No position.
Okay. And Mr. Ralston, we have all reviewed W, X, Y, and Z. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding that people do not object to their admission.
All correct.
Mr. Nunfio and Mr. Simon.
No position. No position.
They will be admitted. What we will do, ladies and gentlemen, similar to what we did last time, if you could play 271, and then what we'll do is play W as we get.
Thank you, Your Honors.
So this is Field Exhibit 271.
Sure.
Thank you.
So what was the purpose of an RF detector on them?
I was showing it off, and they asked me to bring it. They wanted to make sure people didn't have their phones, that they weren't bugged, that vehicles didn't have any bugs on them, shit like that.
Mr. Barnett, if you would play what has been admitted as defendant Molitor's Exhibit W as in.
Be happy to, Your Honor.
So what was the purpose of doing the RF detector on them?
I was showing it off, and they asked me to bring it. They wanted to make sure that people didn't have their phones, that they weren't bugged, that vehicles didn't have any bugs on them, shit like that.
Part of that, at some point, that was part of the night evolution, right? They wanted to make sure that people weren't carrying stuff or.
Oh, that was right at the, like as soon as I got there, because I brought it with me. As soon as I got there, I mean, he jumped on, he's like, hey man, did you bring it?
Did you spend the night there?
If we could please have 273 play.
Eric came to call us.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
Because if it's just this guy being fucking stupid, like I don't want somebody, because I've heard so many people talk so much shit. I've heard people talk about, blowing this up or, we need to go do this, we need to do that. You hear it all the time.
And if we could please, Mr. Barnett, play defendant Molitor's Exhibit X as in X-ray.
At that point.
Did you ever think to call us and say?
Yes.
Why didn't you?
Because if it's just this guy being fucking stupid, like I don't want somebody, because I've heard so many people talk so much shit. I've heard people talk about, blowing this up or, we need to go do this, we need to do that. You hear it all the time. One of my first times with the militia group, we went to Lansing, and this, while we're talking to representatives, these people were awesome enough to come out into the hallway with a group of there was 30 of us. It was, to me, that was pretty daunting, and they were still kind enough to come out and talk, and this one asshole piped up, ruined it for fucking everybody, said something about the tree out there, we're coming to you and asking, but next time, we might not be so friendly about hanging people. I was like, oh, are you fucking kidding me, dude? And it did. It shut down all conversation. The woman said something about a veiled threat. And I'm sitting there like, that wasn't that fucking veiled. But, and you get those assholes. But that's, in my experience, that's all it has ever been, is just people running at the fucking gums. This is the first time I've actually seen anybody ever try to go do something.
You agree Adam's serious? I mean,
I don't know how to answer that. I don't think he lives in the same fucking world we do. To him, it was probably fun games until it would have, if they did follow through, until it came time to be safe. I don't know. I really don't know him that well, to be honest with you. The limited amount of interaction we have mostly is over text. So whatever you guys have is going to be the majority of our actual conversation. Outside of the militias and stuff, we don't hang out, nothing like that.
We could have people exhibit 276, please.
I just asked him a couple times to get hold of my cousin Brian. Brian had no knowledge of anything. Obviously, I wasn't talking about it's not something I wanted to be associated with. So nobody else knew about that stuff. But I told Brian it's a group of patriots. They're do this or that.
And then we could have Molitor's exhibit Y's and Yankees.
I just asked him a couple times to get a hold of my cousin Brian. Brian had no knowledge of anything. Obviously, I wasn't talking about it's not something I wanted to be associated with. So nobody else knew about that stuff. But I told Brian it's a group of patriots. They're do this, they're that, because he's a prepper too, and he paramedic and nurse and Marine stuff like that. So
Brian is all that.
Yeah. A lot of people I know are heavy medical, background. And then Trevor, it was just something in passing, hey, here's some good guys down there. I think I actually hooked him up with another militia group, and this was just one. It was just hey, follow this guy, see what he's doing.
Okay. And Brian and Trevor, they weren't aware of any plans, the whole plan to kidnap the governor or anything like that. They weren't brought in on that. Okay. You said you had concerns with how Adam, this whole plan and how he was kind of really off the rails. Did you have any concerns of bringing them on, knowing what Adam was doing?
No, because I didn't see it as Adam being in the group. Adam was just one piece in the group, and every group has that one fucking, at least that one guy.
Yeah.
So no, I didn't. I figured the other guys, like I said, almost everybody else seemed so level-headed when I saw them, talking. When I did not personally get to talk to anybody else except for Adam and that other dude.
We could have people exhibit 278.
Going back to the ideas that you're contributing to the group, do you recognize that actually could have been helping them?
Looking back on it in this context, yes. Then, no.
And defendant Molitor's exhibit Z is in the suit.
Do you see how that actually, I
didn't think they were serious. I seriously thought that it was just going to be as easy being it's kind of a dumb idea. This isn't a good idea.
But do you understand though how you doing that research for them actually helps refine their plan? You know what I'm saying?
I seriously didn't see
they're now
that.
considering things that they didn't initially consider, and you're actually helping that. I mean, I understand now as you look back on it, but one thing I think we have to be clear on is, and you guys just have to be, you got to be honest about it. At the time, you're actually helping refine their plan. You're not just this is crazy, I don't know about this. I mean, did you fear they were gonna kill you if you just said, yeah, man, that's
Dude,
not.
I seriously didn't know. Who the fuck jumps right out and says that? Like, you're,
But you're still talking to these guys, though, Eric. I mean, you're still going to things with them.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem
Yeah.
to me like you're afraid of these guys. I mean, you handle yourself. You're a guy that can handle a lot of stuff. You handled stuff down in Louisville, and so I know you can handle yourself and you train. But going back to the ideas that you're contributing to the group, do you recognize that actually could have been helping them?
looking back on it in this context, yes. Then, no. I seriously thought that I would be deterring them. I wanted them to not do that. I didn't even think that he was that fucking serious about it. Like I said, I mean, you hear the dumbest fucking things from these people. You know, some of these people.
Do you look back on it and say, man, I just had a different mindset back then, but my mindset kind of changed over time? Because like some people get involved in stuff, they look back on it and be like, yeah, at the time I was in that, people that are in all kinds of different stuff. You know, they look back on it at the time like, yeah, I was into that. Now I'm a changed person, or I'm different, or I've had a change of mind. Do you look back on that and see
This for me was never about an assaultive operation whatsoever.
why are, I guess, I'm just looking for the reasons why you're helping refine all of these plans.
I didn't see it as refining at the time. I saw it as trying to deter, show them, you can't do it. That's where I was trying to go with this. You can't do it.
Do you think that they would have perceived it as helping them?
I think Adam did. The other guy, he was like, what do you think about that? And like I said, when I talked to him, that message about, it being a half-baked idea, that's something I would never say to Adam. Because he'd fly off if I told him that,
But you were saying that it might come across to an outsider as a half-baked idea, but there was definitely discussions. Like, you're seeing the discussions that other people are bringing to the table.
No.
And
Adam.
Okay.
Yeah, my contact was strictly Adam. I talked to the other guy a couple of times, today, are you still making it down? And I told him, actually I got a hold of him, I'm trying to keep things consistent between all of us. Like, hey man, I don't have money to come down. I'm not gonna make it. My main contact has been with Adam.
Do those more accurately reflect your interview?
Yes.
You indicated something about deterrence. Can you explain that further?
So deterrence, it was brought up about me mentioning the police department, which I did do. I was hoping it would be very close and that might deter them. So that was why I mentioned the police department.
That was after the tavern.
I don't remember exactly what point.
It's after they wrote on the map, didn't they? The PDs, and talk about that at the tavern. If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't remember. I want to say we're on our way to the boat launch when I said it, so that would have been after the tavern.
The RF device, was that in your pocket at the FTX?
For a short while it was, yes.
And where to go after that?
It would have went on the table underneath the canopy with the rest of my stuff.
Okay. Do you know if that was there the next day when you got back?
I want to say it was. Sitting here today, I couldn't tell you if it was or wasn't.
Did you hear anybody say they took the took the RF device on the nighttime ride?
I can't recall ever hearing that. Bless you.
Did you wave anybody down with that thing, that RF device?
No,
Did you use it at all or have it or in your pocket, anything on Sunday?
on Sunday, yes. It was in my pocket. I did not use it.
Same way as on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday I didn't use it either.
There's been some discussion about Adam flopping back at the end in October to a citizen's arrest versus kidnapping.
Yeah, he was throwing around ideas.
You knowing about kidnapping came from where?
Pardon me?
Where did you find out about the kidnapping issue? How'd you come to know that?
Well, that would have been from Adam on the ride.
Yeah. So the citizen arrest, how'd you know that he had morphed away from kidnapping and now at the end, is that end, I say a few days before the arrest that it happened, that he's now talking about citizen arrest. He's de-escalated. How'd you know that?
It was in some text or chats.
Okay. You saw Adam writing that?
I believe so, yeah. Which I don't think he understands what a citizen arrest is, because it pretty much would have been the same thing the way he was describing it.
There was an attempt to get a sheriff or a judge to sign something to arrest warrants, similar to what we've talked about, probable cause.
Yes, they were trying to get as many sheriffs as possible to jump on board.
Who's they?
Well, Adam and whoever else he was talking to about that. I think Barry was trying to write up some paperwork, if I remember right.
How does that relate to the plan, the plot, the kidnapping?
Well, that would have changed it.
You were asked, did you contribute to Adam versus could you contribute? Is that right?
Can you say that again?
Well, it sounded like on a tape, the interviewer said, could you could be a contributor? I think you said, yeah, you could be in that context.
That sounds correct.
Rather than now you look back and see that, but maybe not then.
Yeah, not then. It seemed so minimal at that point in time, what I was saying and what I was doing. It didn't seem like it was going to be of value at all. I was trying to do as little as possible, say as little as possible, but still try to somehow make them feel like I was of like mind.
And I think Mr. Elson said, did you contribute to Adam Fox? And your answer was?
If did I was the question, then the answer will be no.
Okay. You are unofficial medic. Explain what that means versus an official medic at the FTX.
I was not an official medic. It was so unofficial medic. I was not an official medic for any group. I did not belong to a group, so I could not be a participant such as a medic or anything else for a group. Just because I had the medical training, no matter where I was at, no matter what training, where it was at, I would always be in a medic position because I had the kit. I had more of a skill set than other people did. So it would naturally fall on me.
Okay, and your cousins and trying to get other people, the initial date of that?
So the initial date of that was before the ride, before Adam was talking crazy. My friend from Grand Rapids, Trevor, I told Adam about him, I want to say back in June. And the same thing with my cousin.
Is that back when you were under 10% behind Adam's ideas?
Oh, yeah, when I was all in it. Yeah, that's when that's when it sounded like an actual militia and it sounded like something that I want to be a part of. My cousin's somebody I look up to. As you heard, he's a former Marine, nurse, paramedic. Like, I really look up to this fella, and I wanted to be in a group with him.
Okay. Brian, the former Marine as well. You've explained why you talked about bringing him in.
Yes.
Was it your intention? What was your intention about turning in or making a complaint to the police or going to the police about these guys?
Yep. So one of the reasons that I was going to stay in contact was if I heard anything progressing. I plan on going to the police myself. So.
And in the end, it sounded like there was a morph toward
Yeah.
something
The whole
different.
thing about citizens arrest. So then that was another one of my smaller reasons for going to this FTX, to see if anybody was saying anything. Nobody said anything in the open. Nobody was talking about anything.
Did you have the intent to cause all this
No,
harm and havoc that was being talked about?
no.
Thank you.
Mr. Nunzio?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Cyber?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Wilson?
No questions, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is excuse you for a few moments to see if there are any questions for the jurors, and then simply knock at the door and let us know if there are. You'll hand us the court staff so that we can review them outside your presence and then we can be back in. If there are no questions, no questions. All rise for the jury. Okay, the record can reflect the jury's out of the courtroom. You have a seat. Now, if you want to step down in the interim, that's perfectly fine as well.
Thank you.
Short recess until we know for sure. Mr. Barnett, do you have any other presentation?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Do you expect any other presentation?
I do not.
Can I give them a time frame if they can make any phone calls if you're?
Well, the factor there will be if they have any questions. If they have questions, we may go beyond 5. If they don't,
What does the court say if they have questions?
I think given the hour, it's about 14 minutes to 5, so the questions may push us a little past 5. If they do not, my intention would be to bring them back in. If Mr. Barnett has no further presentation, he can rest. Then I would release them for the weekend. And then beginning on Monday morning, we'll get to
No objection.
Okay, if I text somebody.
Sure.
As he's doing it.
Court's permission. Well, I go to that, right?
Yep.
I think that would be okay, Your Honor. Yes.
That's one of the things I want to get before we close up today.
Let me go.
They had a different one, that's super sparkly, but it started on.
Yeah.
Could I see the attorneys and chambers?
Find it.
I was about to, was this thing your phone? This sounds serious. Here.
Yeah, I do. Oh. Sounds like a dream come true.
Okay, let's go back on the record. I know folks are going to take this to get settled. The attorneys and I had a chance to review the questions that have been presented by the jurors, and they were all determined to be appropriate by the court. It's my understanding that the attorneys agreed with that. Mr. Rawls, let me start with you. Any objection to any of the questions being asked?
None.
Mr. Nunzio? No. Mr. Seibert?
None.
And Mr. Barnett? Okay, obviously we'll go through these and then go to the parties to see if they have any follow-up questions in the same order that we've been using for correcting across. Okay, Mr. Eric. Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. The questions and going with the attorneys, all of them were appropriate. Some of the pages have a couple, but we'll go through each question. So, Mr. Molitor, the first question, out of all of the people Adam knew, why did he ask you to cover his shift?
That's a really good question. I have no answer for that. We barely knew each other at the time.
And then why didn't Adam take the slow-mo? This is a two-part question, sir, okay? Why didn't Adam take the slow-mo video? What was he doing that prevented him from taking it himself?
So on the way back down the road, he was on the far side of Dan, so he would have had to have taken a video from across him, and probably it would have been obstructed. So that's why he asked me to put it up against the window, take video.
What type of community service were you involved in that did not include using a gun?
Nothing.
Okay. You testified that you carried everywhere as long as the place did not have metal detectors. If you were in fear of your life, why would you bench your weapon at the Red Bull Tavern?
Yeah, now for
If you wanted to supplement his United States service, before we go back to that, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think he was raising his hand to you.
there was something that popped into my mind, yes.
Okay. This is, again, what type of community service were you involved in that did not include using a gun? Your initial answer was none, and then you wanted to supplement that?
Yes, sir. Something just popped in my head. It was something my mom said the other day about when the elderly lady walked away from her house and they couldn't find her. So I went out back and some thick stuff to try to help find her.
Okay. And then you testified that you carried everywhere as long as the place did not have metal detectors. If you were in fear of your life, why would you bench your weapon at the Red Bull Tavern?
Yep. So not afraid in the bar around a lot of people. People are less likely to do extreme things in front of others. And then when Dan said something about, he wasn't sure about the legalities of having a gun in there, and it raised some questions in my head. So just in case, it seems safer to put it in the vehicle.
Okay. The next question is, if you barely knew Adam, why give him your address? Why give him the address to your home? Why not meet at Walmart?
That's a good question too. I just didn't think about it. It didn't seem like an issue to me. I had no reason to fear the guy when he was coming up to give me a ride.
Okay. And sorry for the delay, sir. I just want to make sure that you're done with your answer.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
The first part of this one, if you want to help people, why not be a cop?
I don't think I'd be able to pass any of the physical tests. I also don't agree with a lot of the laws that we have, and unfortunately, that is their job, whether they agree with them or not, is to enforce the laws. So I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
At a rally, would you actually shoot someone if something bad happened?
If it was the last choice, if there was no other option, if my life, somebody else's, an innocent bystander's life was at risk, yes, I would save somebody else. I would save myself, yes.
Why would Sam not join the group?
Sam's a U.S. Marshal, so he's one of the people that I guess Boog Boys would consider tyrants or a part of something that they're against. So that would not be an option.
If you have no money and needed Sam for a job, where did all of the equipment come from? And then it lists guns, ammo, vest, handcuffs.
Yep. So I actually did not need money. I believe you're referring to October 7th when I was supposed to go down for free gear, and I made the comment that I didn't have any money. I actually had quite a bit. I just did not want to go on another ride with Adam. I was not going to get another vehicle with him.
So were you able to afford, just in case the question is referencing the photographs that showed the items that were in your home that Mr. Barnett and I think the AG's office both went over with you? Do you recall those photos?
Yes, sir.
Were you able, when did that equipment all get purchased then?
I can tell you it wasn't all bought at once. It's just a slow progression throughout years of accumulation. So whenever I would get money for stuff, I would just collect things as I went. A lot of the heavier gear, the more expensive gear, my friend Ethan actually gave to me. He buys a lot of stuff and then just falls out of light with it, and he will give it to me.
Okay. And I just know for the record that the last set of questions that were asked by me were not part of the questions that were included by the jurors, or just wasn't certain what time frame they were referring to, so I wanted to make sure we were covered. And then the last question, sir, after daytime recon, why go to Luther training?
All right, so again, by the end of the ride, I wasn't near as afraid as I was at the beginning of the ride. It was two guys talking crazy. So if I go to this FTX and other people are talking, it will be more than two guys. That's more than actionable. I will have more than enough to take. I felt at the time. Also, free training. Again, training is pretty expensive. Unfortunately, it was very basic stuff at this FTX as usual, but you can find pretty good trainings that are fairly expensive anywhere else.
Did the parties have any additional questions based on those of the jury? Mr. Barnett, I'll start with you.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Seibert?
No, thank you.
Mr. Wall?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lee, you may step down. Thank you very much. Mr. Barnett, do we have any additional presentation on behalf of Mr. Muller?
Additional witnesses or exhibits?
Does Mr. Muller rest this time?
We rest, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think 5:03 on Friday afternoon is a pretty good time to stop for everybody. So we will see you all back ready to go at 9 a.m. On Monday morning, where we'll continue from this point. What's that?
Do they get some more questions?
No, because there weren't additional questions by the parties. And so we'll see you this weekend. I'm not going to belabor the time with all the restrictions that we've all talked about throughout the week. I think everybody's got it down pretty good by this point in the process. So we'll see everybody back on Monday. I hope you have a nice weekend. All rise for the Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can reflect that the jurors have left the courtroom. Let's talk about scheduling. I'm not going to ask either Mr. Null or Mr. Sider what the position of the clients are at this time, given that it's now 5:05. That doesn't really seem necessary at this point. I'll inquire on Monday morning and then talk to the defendants regardless of the decision each way, so that is part of the record as it is Mr. Molitor. But that does beg the question either way. So we will need the parties ready to go with their closings on Monday morning in case there is no presentation, just so everyone's ready to go at 9 o'clock. I would ask the attorneys to be here at 8:30. We do need to still talk about jury instructions, so we will have to. Mr. Null.
Point of inquiry, are we gonna finalize jury instructions before closing arguments?
Yes.
Okay.
We will be all done with everything, so everyone knows exactly what's going to the jury before they start closing.
Can we submit special instructions prior to Monday?
Yep.
We have them over the weekend to save some time on Monday with the parties.
Absolutely. I believe the Attorney General's office filed something yesterday.
We have pending a motion for venue instruction. We have pending a motion for special on account one that we filed, the material support. And then we have pending a special instruction for entrapment. And given the testimony today, I think it becomes even more germane. The court's answer to those questions drives closing argument to a certain extent. And I know it's 5:05, I'm just,
Let's take a couple minutes to talk about that. I'm not gonna hold everybody, but let's get the attorneys, not saying we're gonna stay till 8 o'clock, but let's at least get some framework and discussion of what we're talking about at a very minimum.
Sure.
So let's do that. So we'll go off the record at this point. Anything that we need to place on the record can be done on Monday morning. I'll talk to the attorneys about jury instructions to see where we get, how long we get, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Everybody else have a nice weekend. Thank you all very much. We'll go back on it.
Good for you to get back here.
Yep. And if anybody needs to use the restroom or anything,